And we welcome you live to Niagara Falls High School, the Wolf Arena, for the Niagara Falls Team Camp in 2025 on Western New York Athletics. Tonight's contest brought to you by our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. Hi, everyone. Along with Tanner Saunders, I am Joe Kraus. Heidi Gunther is our producer. Mario Hall is our cameraman. We have 8 teams competing in this tournament organized by Niagara Falls head coach Carlos Bradbury. We are broadcasting all the games here in the main gym. Right now, it is Newport and Niagara Falls Gold. And Tanner, I'll let you take the play-by-play and just your thoughts on what we could expect from the
Sure.
game.
Sure, we join the action right now. It is 7-6. We made it come hell or high water. Technology be damned. We are here, and it is 7-6 right now. Here is the Niagara Falls Gold on offense. There's a pump fake and a baseline drive and a foul committed by Devin Barnwell. So far, the scores for Niagara Falls: 3 points for Andre Lewis, 2 for Lou Porter, 2 for Paul Harris, and then a pair of triples on the other end for Newport, courtesy of the Barnwells, Graydon and Devin, numbers 2 and 3 respectively. Here's Paul Harris on the near wing. He's going to put the ball on the floor, drive inside, pull up jumper. Could not get the fortuitous bounce, but there's the offensive rebound now going up for the putback. That one too strong. Harris sticking with it, and he gets the follow.
And you could see early on, Tanner, just the height inside has been an advantage for the Wolverines. And just to let everybody know, we have two 16-minute running halves. The clock will stop under the last minute of each half.
Boy, there's one from the parking lot, and burying it is the youngster Michael Wilkie. And then they get a steal and a bucket for Graydon Barnwell.
Great pressure from Graydon, now a senior with the Lancers, was only a freshman when Newport went all the way to the Class B championship and lost to Fredonia, but now the senior leader, and Newport right now on a roll.
Absolutely. And there's a stoppage right there. 12:07, 11-9. The score right now. It is Newport on the high side. And taking a look at this Newport team on varsity, they last season went 13-9. Their season came to an end in the Class A2 quarterfinals against Olean. They narrowly lost that game 59-56, despite hitting a relentless deluge of three-pointers in that game. Hit 14 of them to be exact, but it was not enough. Niagara Falls, the Wolverines, they went 11-9. Their season came to an end at Buffalo State when they lost to old foe Jamestown in the Section 6 Class AAA title game. And there's two Niagara Falls teams here today, we should point out. Pioneer was slated to be in this tournament, but were unable to make it here today. So we have two Niagara Falls teams, and there's a nice offensive rebound and a stick back right there for Javion Westbrook.
Yeah, Pioneer was supposed to be here. Got a chance to talk with Coach Ellsworth earlier in the week, but injuries prevented them from playing here today. So Niagara Falls will have Team Gold and Team Blue. We also have games, as we said right now, Tanner, going on in the auxiliary gym right across in the hallway. St. Joe's taking on Cheektowaga, and then 11 a.m. in Niagara Falls Blue against Canisius.
Boy, I'll tell you what, even though this is just an exhibition game, you wouldn't know it by the way these two teams are playing. The defense getting on the floor for loose balls, you'd love to see it. There's a high screen and roll there, and the pull-up jumper, that one goes down.
Great shot from Aquarius Seaberry. He was a three-point assassin last year for the Wolverines. Now stepping up, going into his junior campaign.
And here is Graydon Barnwell for Newport, one of the leading scorers on the varsity team last year. Now on the near wing, showing off the dribble moves. Here's Wilkie, pulls it behind the back. The jumper is no good. Long offensive rebound, and here's a bounce pass to the corner to set up the three for Barnwell. Graydon Barnwell knocks down his second triple of the game, and it's 14-13 Newport. Now the kick out up top. That's Bishop Palmer. Directing traffic is DeQuary Seaberry. Got the last bucket for Niagara Falls. Here's Seaberry looking to get inside with contact. Finishes through it and draws the foul. DeQuarius Seaberry has a chance for a three-point play the old-fashioned way.
Great drive from Seaberry coming in. Averaged 7.4 points per game last year, taking a couple drives inside to start this contest against Newport, and Niagara Falls starting to find a rhythm inside the paint here.
Seaberry was the third leading scorer on the team last year, also third on the team in assists and steals, and he leaves the free throw short right there. It looks like a foul committed there, so be Going the other way to Newport. On the inbound, going to full court press here is Niagara Falls in the hands of Wilkie going behind the back. Boy, he's got a tight handle. We've seen it a couple times. He's able to hit that behind the back with ease there. Not often you see a youngster like that, an underclassman, Wilkie, with as tight of a handle as he has, but he's showing it off here today. Now here's Graydon Barnwell. He's going to look to drive from the wing, going with the left hand, the scoop layup. Couldn't get it to go, and then out of bounds. Looks like it was last touched by Niagara Falls, so Newport will get the chance here to inbound from the baseline. Here's Devin Barnwell, the pump fake, gets a screen, now kick to the corner. Graydon Barnwell lets the three fly. He's had the hot hand from distance. That time won't go, and the rebound is secured by Andre Lewis. Up ahead, Seabury, pass underneath the basket, gets knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Niagara Falls. I believe he was looking for Gerard Scott underneath the hoop.
Yeah, Gerard Scott really applying that pressure. So nice height. Only a freshman in this lineup for Team Gold today. Looking to get it to Seabury now on the wing.
And Seabury pulls it out, and he'll take the jumper and hits nothing but the bottom to Aquarius Seabury, his first triple of the day. And now quickly up into the front court comes Newport. There's a nice behind the back. Now the kick out to Graydon Barnwell, being guarded by Scott the big. And here's Wilkie. Oh, what a block there. Rejected by Gerard Scott.
Gerard Scott, one of two freshmen in this Team Gold roster for the Wolverines. Coach Bradbury breaking up the group for Team Gold and Team Blue when we got here this morning.
Aquarius Seabury nearly came away with a steal there, but it looks like a foul is called on Newport. So it'll be Niagara Falls here. They inbound to Seabury. He's got 7 points, 7 of the 18 for Niagara Falls. Now he'll get a screen here. Seabury going to try and put his head down and drive, and the kick out, but foul called before that. We got a substitution coming in for Newport. It is the senior Jackson Courts.
Yeah, with that foul, it's going to be 5 fouls now for the Lancers. And once we get to 10, there will be a bonus as well today.
Inbound to Paul Harris, and he finishes underneath. He's got 6. Now here's Graydon Barnwell on the other end, looking for the baseline drive. Nice bounce pass, and that one is sent back. The rejection from Westbrook. And now trying to work it up the floor. Niagara Falls, that one is out of bounds. Last touch by Seabury. And Javion Westbrook, after that emphatic rejection on the defensive end, will head to the bench. Inbound to Wilkie. Wilkie gets a screen. Now kick to the corner off the penetration. Out to the wing. Here's the newly checked in Courts. Hand off to Barnwell. Pump fake. Kick over to Wilkie. Now Wilkie showing off the handles to the far wing. Now they shovel it back out to Barnwell, being guarded by Harris. And Barnwell pulls a deep 3. That one is no good. And there's the offensive rebound going up for the putback there. Graydon Barnwell, he's fouled.
Graydon Barnwell now in his 4th and final year with the Lancers, going into a senior campaign. Past 3 years as a starter, a 2-time first-team Niagara Frontier League selection, the only returnee from the All-NFL teams coming into this team camp here and closing in on 1,000 points for his career. And really, you see how Newport has progressed from year to year, Tanner. A couple of years ago with Bobby Beeline and Jalen Duff at the helm. Graydon was a youngster on that team that made all the way to a big Buffalo State run, and now Graydon at the helm, growing, and you can see he's making a presence early on.
Absolutely. Leading scorer on the varsity team this past season was Barnwell, averaged 18 a game. Here's Paul Harris, gets inside, little floater, bounces around and drops. Nice showing here from Paul Harris, got 8 points. Here comes Wilkie, turning on the burners. Now he's forced to the corner, and it looks like he stepped out of bounds there. It'll be Niagara Falls basketball. Just under 5 minutes left in this first half. It is 22-16 Niagara Falls. Here is DeQuarius Seabury being guarded by Barnwell. Now he kicks to the corner. Harris, the baseline drive, and he's forced to dish it back out to the near wing to Seabury. Swings it over far side. Marquise Feltz. And Feltz going to get a screen here. Now he kicks it. This is Paul Harris. His jumper on the way. Couldn't get the fortuitous bounce, but there's the offensive rebound and the putback. It is Lou Porter.
Second chance opportunities has been a key focal point the last few years since Carlos Bradbury took over here in Niagara Falls and once again expanding this lead.
Wilkie, the pass underneath the basket to Jackson Courts, and it looks like Paul Harris is going to pick up the foul. Here's Barnwell to inbound it, looking and finds his man there, Michael Wilkie. He'll get a screen. Now Wilkie kicks to the corner to Courts, and Courts with the bounce pass underneath the basket. And another foul there. He's trying to get it to Cam Ryan. So now here's Barnwell to inbound it once again. He finds Courts. And he's got Harris all up in his grill, but is able to drive. Now kick to the wing. The three halfway down and out. And the long rebound is secured by Jackson Courts. He shovels it out to Wilkie. He back irons that three, but the rebound tapped out to him. The long floater is good.
3 times the charm for the Lancers, and Wilkie cashes in. Big bucket with under 3 minutes to go, Tanner.
Now quickly, Niagara falls up into the front court. Looking to get it into the post there, and that post entry pass a little bit off the mark there, trying to get it to Lou Porter. But instead it results in a turnover. Here's Lou Port. Wilkie just hit the floater on the other end there, gets doubled, and they nearly force the turnover instead. Here's Jackson Courts, and Courts throws it away. Now here's Harris ahead of the pack. Paul Harris, a little room service on the other end.
Defense going to offense. Great pressure from the Wolverines. Harris now at 10.
And trying to get the steal there on Wilkie. They're going to call Marquise Feltz for the foul, much to his astonishment. And he'll head to the bench. Two minutes left in the first half. Louport to inbound from in front of the Niagara Falls bench. Here goes Wilkie. And lost that one. Seabury, can he get it out ahead? The pass finds its intended target. Now trying to work it down low there. I believe that's to Javion Westbrook. Instead, the ball caroms to the corner, and it's out of bounds. It's like last off of Porter.
Newport starting to find themselves defensively, bringing the pressure in the last couple minutes. Got ourselves an 8-point game under 90 seconds left. This is a big possession coming up here for Newport.
And Niagara Falls not going to make it easy on them. They've been sticking with this full court press here for most of the game. But Barnwell able to get it up into the front court despite the defense of Seabury. Here goes Barnwell, trying to weave his way through the defenders, little spinorama, but he throws that one away. But able to force a turnover right back is Newport. Barnwell, corner tray. That one goes down.
Great look, great pressure from Jackson Courts to find the hot man, Graydon Barnwell, in the corner. So we got ourselves a really close game, a 5-point game. Got a technical foul is here.
Even in an exhibition game, that's not going to stop some tees from getting tossed out here. And Coach Bradbury is still trying to plead his case with the officials, but
well, we have a quick moment, Tanner, for those tuning in at home. If you're looking on our screen in the top right corner, you can see the QR code. That is for the Western New York Athletics team store. It will run until Wednesday, July 30th. You can get all the merchandise, great gifts for the holiday season. Or just a few months away from the Christmas holiday. But you can go now to the QR code. We have T-shirts, we have long sleeve crews, polo shirts, you name it. Again, that is the Western New York Athletics store. Check out the QR code at the top right corner of your screen right now. We're streaming right now on X, Facebook, and YouTube. Great work. I know that our crew today is wearing the merchandise as well, so be sure to support Western New York athletics.
And obviously, all the proceeds that we make from the merch store will go right back into supporting high school sports in this area. So, if you'd like to support these young athletes and what we do here at Western New York Athletics, that would be greatly appreciated. So, Coach Bradbury there gets teed up, and we'll get things situated here at midcourt for jump ball. But speaking of Coach Bradbury, this is a guy that he was a standout player at LaSalle High School, won a state championship with them in 1993, and also had stints as a player collegiately at Niagara University and New Hampshire as well.
Yeah, Carlos Bradbury, he was a long-time face at the junior varsity level, and Sal Constantino was at the helm here at the varsity level, and then Carlos taking over the program himself out of the pandemic, 84-26 record, only the fifth head coach for the Wolverines since the school was established back in 2000. It's a pretty good list. Dan Bazzani, the Hall of Famer, Julio Colangelo, Sal Constantino, Brett Gates the 1 year, and now Carlos Bradbury going into year 6. They've had a lot of success, a couple of sectional championships. They're running a state final 4 2 years ago, and he's certainly been the right guy for the job over the last few years as the Wolverines are now going into a third year as an independent.
I'll tell you what, he's coaching this game like it's a state championship game, and his players are playing like such. I've been impressed with the effort that we've seen, particularly defensively, from both of these teams. And obviously, you saw emotions ran a little high earlier as he picked up the tech, but it's a great opportunity for these teams and players. You're seeing a lot of young guys, players that might not otherwise get a lot of run in the regular season and the postseason, getting a chance to show what they're made of, and a chance for some of these guys that were already on varsity just to shake a little rust off before the season starts up again here in a couple of months. Here's Jackson Courts, tried to kick it to the corner. That one is deflected and stolen there by Lou Porter, and then he has it taken away. Here goes Barnwell up into the front court, and he goes down there. It looks like they're going to get Niagara Falls on the foul there.
Yeah, it looked like a trip from our vantage point here, Tanner, as Luport's trying to drive in transition.
Seemed a little light there to call a foul if it was up to me, but whenever I have a dispute with the officials, I always say they have the better vantage point than we do at the end of the day, so it's probably best to defer to their judgment on whatever the call is. But here is Graydon Barnwell. And Barnwell looking to drive right down Main Street. Here's the kick to the corner. Now trying to drive inside, kick out up top.
Looks like a moving screen there, Tanner.
Yeah, we'll be heading back the other way there after that call. 17 seconds left, so Niagara Falls, I imagine, will probably hold here for the final shot. Seabury bringing it up here. He's going to get the high screen, and now we're going right back the other way. Looks like they're going to ding Lou Porter there for an illegal screen. So both teams exchanging illegal screens here. 5 seconds remaining in the half. I have a chance for one final heave here, I would imagine, as they're able to get it up into the front court, pulling up from way downtown and off the side of the rim. Had a chance at it. Did Carmelo Raimondi, pulling up from the dressing room there, but unable to knock that one down. So we are at the end of half number 1. It is a close one possession game, 26-23. Niagara Falls over Newport. We'll step aside, take a timeout. When we come back, we'll recap that first half, get you set for the second here on Western New York Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA, with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
or an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Education has power. Binghamton University students discover it, apply it, unleash it. Unleash your education today.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the...
Back at it here from Niagara Falls High School. Quick halftime here in this game. We are back already for the start of the second half. It is 26-23 in favor of Niagara Falls. And Joe, as we were going over the scoring from that first half, one thing I noticed, the diversity of players that have scored for Niagara Falls. You got buckets from 5 different players, and the only one in double figures for them, Paul Harris. Meanwhile, for Newport, we've seen a whole lot of Graydon Barnwell. As they get it down low there, and Lou Porter is going to add to his tally as he gets fouled there and converts, so he'll have a chance for 3.
So Niagara Falls now with 22 points inside the paint. That has been the strength so far for the Wolverines and where they have been the past couple years as well. Newport finding success from beyond the arc with a grand total of 5 3-pointers in that first half. So a tale of 2 teams right now, Tanner. And really, this is going to go down the stretch, no doubt.
Certainly 2 different styles of play, but they're both working out for their respective squads there. In that first half, as I mentioned, for Niagara Falls, Paul Harris 10.7 for DeQuarius Seabury. Lou Porter had 4, Andre Lewis had 3, and Javion Westbrook had 2. Here's Barnwell trying to show off his chops in the paint there, but he couldn't finish that one. Rebound, Paul Harris. Seabury with the long outlet pass, and now spinning underneath is Porter, backing his way in, but he travels. And for Newport in that first half, they were led by Graydon Barnwell. He had 13 points, 5 for Michael Wilkie, and 3 for Devin Barnwell. Here's Wilkie, the crossover, the drive, the lefty floater is good. Boy, Michael Wilkie again showing off how skilled he is with the crossover to get into the paint there, and then the lefty runner. That's just nice. Individual creation right there from Wilkie. Now on the other end, no answer there on the 3, but the rebound is tipped back to himself by Porter. He works it out to Seabury. Seabury, they swing it near side. There's a screen on the wing. Now trying to get inside. Little runner is no good. Rebound. It's kept alive by Porter. Now Porter kicks it out. Here goes Harris. Baseline drive. Harris. And it looks like the foul is going to be called on Newport there. Going against, I believe, Lucas Romer. Here's the inbound. Get it to Porter. And he's going to back his way down here in the post. Now kicks it out to Seabury on the wing. He's going to pull the 3. That one is no good. Long rebound is controlled by Niagara Falls. Hop stepping into the lane. Now ball on the ground and fighting for it. And it's taken by Newport. Here comes Devin Barnwell. Gets it over to the far side of the court to Wilkie, being guarded by Lewis. Now kick to the corner, the 3-pointer. That one, no good. Rebound, tapped out of bounds. It'll stay with the Lancers. Graydon Barnwell to inbound. bounces it in. Now he'll relocate to the corner for three, and Graydon Barnwell knocks down the triple. That's his fourth 3-point hit of the game.
Barnwell now with 16 points, and great look from Lucas Romer, the big man inside, to turn to his left and find Barnwell in the corner.
Here is Lewis. He's going to get a screen on the wing, little sidestep jumper. That one is no good. Barnwell, here's the long outlet pass. It's great into Devin, and Devin finishes with the right.
Something about that brotherly connection there, Tanner. It's what we've seen from the Lancers the last couple of years.
Call them the Showtime Lancers after that pass. Here's Seabury. Gets a screen from Porter. Now Seabury, pull-up jumper from the mid-range. That one goes halfway down and out. Romer the rebound. And Wilkie bringing it up, dumps it back to Romer. They'll give it right back to Wilkie. Now here goes Wilkie. Kicks it out top to Devin Barnwell. Now they work it down to the baseline. Romer back to Graydon Barnwell, getting to the rim. And one.
Great execution along the baseline, Tanner, from Green and Barnwell, absorbing the contact and going right in. A textbook play once again from the guard.
Hey, he's a three-point marksman, but he's not afraid to get down and dirty there in the paint. As you mentioned, absorbing the contact from Harris, who was coming over to contest, and able to maintain his balance and somehow get that shot off and finish it. So he's done it from beyond the arc, and he's done it in the paint as well as he completes the three-point play there. As Newport now leads 33-28. Here's a mid-range jumper. Porter could not hit. Romer the rebound. Here comes Graydon Barnwell. Kicks to the corner. And now at the elbow, they kick it out to the far side. Here's a screen for Devin Barnwell. Works it down to Romer. He passes to the corner. Here's the little floater from the mid-range. No good. Gets his own board. Spinning. Kick out top. Now they work it to the far wing. Devin Barnwell for three. That one off the front of the rim. Short. Rebound by Porter. And Seabury now looking to drive. The kick to Harris. He lets the jumper fly. That one a little bit off, but Seabury flies in for the O board. Kick to the wing. Three-pointer. Halfway down and out. Rebound secured by the Lancers. Here comes Devin Barnwell. Now spins his way to the far side of the court. Now back inside. Kick to the wing. Doesn't have anywhere to drive. Here's Wilkie, gets sandwiched in between two defenders, and he finds his man there, and a foul called. Able to get it to Carmelo Raimondi.
Newport out of the gate, making a couple of adjustments, finding the ball on offense as well. Currently on a 10-2 run to start this second half.
Now you got a bit of a platoon swap here for Niagara Falls, seeing some of the second unit in there. Gerard Scott, as well as Bishop Palmer. Here's Wilkie behind the back. Good defense there from the newly checked in Palmer. Here goes Devin Barnwell, finds Jackson Courts. Courts, one dribble pull up. That one a little bit off, and the rebound. Trying to tap it out there was Romer, but Westbrook ends up coming up with it, and he gets fouled. Now looking to check in for Newport is Cam Ryan. Lucas Romer going to head to the bench. Now we see Newport trying to hit Niagara Falls with a little bit of their own medicine with a full court pressure. But they're able to get it across is Niagara Falls. They swing it out up top. Nice anticipation there from Devin Barnwell. He gets fouled and tried to flip it over his head while he was facing away from the basket, Michael Jordan style. But he is fouled no less, and he'll have a chance to add two at the free throw line. 5 points for Barnwell.
Great speed from Devin going in transition. Going to be a sophomore, started for the Lancers last year and was a team leader in three-pointers as well with 61. He's looking to have a big year as well, coming up with Coach Krauzak and crew once again.
He was third on the team in scoring last year, 11.1 points per game in 22 games played. Also second on the team in assists and third in steals as he knocks down both at the charity stripe. Loosen up! Loosen up! Here's Seabury trying to clear the way for himself. Now he kicks it to the corner, getting inside. Palmer tried to kick that one out. Good hands by Ryan to deflect it, but it goes right to Gerard Scott, and he hits the reverse.
Much needed basket for the Wolverines, Tanner, and Scott getting on the score sheet, bringing that height inside, and only a freshman.
What a way to score your first basket of the game. The big man reaching deep into his bag there, hitting the reverse on the baseline drive. And he has a chance for a three-point play. Left the free throw short. The rebound is pulled down by Courts. And now blowing out a tire there, hitting the deck is one of the Lancers, but Jackson Courts scurries into the backcourt to hop on that loose ball and maintain possession for his squad. Here's Devin Barnwell on the dribble handoff. Now he's got it on the wing, trying to trap him there and force the turnover. They not quite able to as this one gets blown dead. Seabury and Courts both vying for possession there, trying to secure that loose ball. So Niagara Falls will inbound from the far side of the court in front of the stands here. Good crowd on hand here at Niagara Falls High School for all these exhibition games we have on deck here. This is just one of many. We got a lot more to come after this, as knifing to the rim and finishing there is Andre Lewis. Here comes Wilkie. He's going to swing it over to Ryan. Now Devin Barnwell calls for the screen. Barnwell thought about it, now kicks to Wilkie on the wing, and he drills it. Make that double figures for Michael Wilkie. Puts him at 10 points. And now here's the kick. Gerard Scott for three. No, rebound Westbrook, and Westbrook gets the putback. Wilkie here brings it up, being guarded by Seabury. He's going to get the Ryan screen. Now the kick to Ryan. And he's looking for some help. Shovels it out to Devin Barnwell. He gets doubled and fouled there right around midcourt.
Looks like Bishop Palmer with the foul, got him on the wrist. It's just a quick breather for Graydon Barnwell to come in. Lancers holding on this 4-point lead, just over 4 minutes left. And for those tuning in at home, in the event this does go to overtime, there will be a 2-minute overtime. And then after that, a double overtime, which will be just first basket wins.
Here is Barnwell. That layup attempt a little too strong. Now here's Seabury. Well, I like that. As soon as he gets the ball, eyes up the floor. He was looking for the outlet there, but didn't have anything, so settles it down. Now driving and throwing up the shot there is Andre Lewis, and he'll pick up the foul.
So foul going against Devin Barnwell. Niagara Falls calling a second timeout. Not sure what the limit is here today, Tanner, but the Wolverines have used two, and let's see what Roman Wright has drawn up here.
We got 3:47 left in this half. It's 38-34 Newport, and with this Newport team, you just have to be impressed with the amount of young talent that they have in this game here that's going to be back next year. You look at Devin Barnwell, Michael Wilkie, two solid building blocks to build on. Those are your second and third scores respectively, and it'll be fun for them going forward when you have that good young talent to build around. Not to mention Graydon Barnwell as well, their leading scorer. So there's your big three right there as you move into the future. The Barnwells and Wilkie as well, who have all had brilliant showcases here today.
And 13 wins, 5-6, and Niagara Frontier League play last year, 4-2 in the Frontier division as the NFL is still split, but the experience coming back, a lot of these guys were there just a few months ago. The tough loss to Olean, and it's a nice group that Newport has. A lot of excitement. If you're in Youngstown tuning in today, a lot to look forward to come November.
Lewis knocks down his first free throw to make it a one-possession game again, and Lewis, second free throw, rattles around and drops. So we're getting the fireworks started here early with a one-possession game with about 3.5 left. Here's Graydon Barnwell, kick to the corner. Now he'll get it right back on the near wing. And he's forced to dish that one off. It's Klusterman, and he had that one stripped away by Porter. I've been impressed with him today. He's going to give it to Seabury. Now they go around the world, results in a corner three, and that one is good. Marquise Feltz, first one of the game. And that puts Niagara Falls on the high side all of a sudden. They say basketball's a game of runs. At one point, Newport put a 10-2 run together. It looked like they might run away with this thing, but Niagara Falls has answered with a run of their own. Here is Klusterman, and looks like he travels.
Big basket from Marquise Feltz, the junior, heading into potentially his first year at the varsity level. First three-pointer of the game for him, and a big one, but still plenty of time left here.
It's one thing to take the lead. We'll see if they can hold on to it here. About 2.5 left in the game. There's a crossover, the drive right down Main Street. Floater is good, and the foul.
What a
Andre Lewis, my goodness. Talk about finishing amongst the trees. Wow.
nice drive from the freshman, Lewis. Little throwback drive there for the Wolverines, going right in against the tall defense, and a big bucket. Wolverines trying to cash in for more.
That is Porter fighting along the boards, and now Seabury secures the offensive rebound. Seabury kick to the wing. Lewis, does he have another one? No, but the offensive rebound by DeQuarius Seabury once again. Boy, Niagara Falls completely controlling the offensive glass here. In these last couple possessions, here's Seabury on the wing. Now he'll slow it down a little bit here. Gets the screen, the bounce pass. Now spinning inside is Porter. Porter trying to show off the post moves there. Now looking for a cutter. Porter swings it out to Harris. Here goes Harris, looking to put the ball on the deck. Gives it back to Lewis. Lewis, the little crossover, getting into the lane, and he is fouled once again. Boy, Andre Lewis. You got to like what you've seen from him as this game has gone on. He's really shown an aggressiveness and just a fervor attacking the basket here as this game is wound on.
1 and 2 freshmen on Team Gold here in the team camp. And yes, Andre Lewis making a couple big buckets inside and getting to the basket once again. And, as we said, Tanner, Newport had a big lead here about 4 minutes ago in terms of game time. And Wolverines able to get those string together opportunities just like this.
And Lewis 2 for 2 at the charity stripe there to make it 43-38 Niagara Falls. We'll step aside. We'll be back right after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School in the late stages of this exhibition here, 43-38 with a minute left on the dot. Niagara Falls trying to hold on to this 5-point advantage here, but Newport going to have something to say about that, and I'll tell you, they used every second of that last timeout they just took here, trying to get things in order. And I mentioned it earlier, Joe, but I've been impressed that despite this being an exhibition game, you wouldn't know it from the way these players are playing and the coaches are coaching.
A lot of history between these two programs going back to when they were both in the Niagara Frontier League not so long ago. And you could tell just the intensity. You want to start off the day right because the winner will advance to the semifinal here at noon against either St. Joe's or Cheektowaga.
Correct. And now Newport will inbound it here from the baseline with just under 30 left here. They're going to have to start hitting some shots here quickly. Barnwell knocks it down. I believe that's 22 points now for Graydon Barnwell. And now here is Seabury with about 15 seconds left, and obviously ratcheting up the intensity defensively here is Newport trying to force a turnover, and it looks like a timeout is going to be called.
Yes, we got about 13.8 seconds left. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and Paul Wolford Insurance Agency. Empire Electric, be sure to call them for all your electrical services and upgrades at 716-634-0330 or visit empireelectric.com. And of course, Wingnuts of Buffalo, located at 4600 Genesee Street in Cheektowaga, located inside the Buffalo Airport Hotel, just 2 minutes away from the Buffalo Niagara Airport. They have their Wing Wednesday. You can enjoy your favorite Buffalo wing for just $1 each. You can check them out at wingnutsbuffalo.com. Big thanks to all of our sponsors and our crew working this event all day. We just mentioned a moment ago about the winner facing either St. Joe's or Cheektowaga at noon, but coming up at 11 a.m., maybe a couple minutes after that, we'll have Nichols taking on Cicero North Syracuse. That should be a big one, too.
Yeah, the North Star is coming up from Section 3, so we'll see them in just a moment here. But we still have 13.8 seconds left to decide this one. Obviously, for Newport, going to need a quick steal and a quick bucket here to tie or perhaps take the lead. Here's Andre Lewis looking to inbound. This one tipped up in the air. It's up for grabs. It's taken by Barnwell. He gets it up ahead. Layup on the other end is good.
Great vision from Graydon Barnwell to find his classmate, the senior Carmelo Ramondi, and we're knotted up here, Tanner.
Oh, what better way to start the day than with overtime, perhaps. 6.9 remaining. Timeout is taken. We'll take one as well. Be back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Here we go. We're back here from Niagara Falls High School with 6.9 seconds remaining here in regulation of this opening game of the day here between Newport and Niagara Falls. Can somebody be a hero for Niagara Falls? They're gonna have to go the length of the floor. Here is Lewis, and he gets fouled in the backcourt. So now 4 seconds left. And they'll take it from the far side of the floor here. Seabury, the inbound man. And here's Seabury. Finds his man Lewis. 3 seconds, 2. Lewis has to heave it up, and looks like he is fouled there with 1.3 remaining.
Next foul will result in the bonus.
And another timeout called by Newport here with 1.3 remaining. Niagara Falls with a chance to potentially walk it off here.
Well, Andre Lewis certainly has been the hero for the Wolverines in the second half, Tanner, with 11 of his 14 points out of halftime. Seabury got things going with 7 in the first half. Paul Harris with 10 before the halftime break. Luke Porter with 6 points, and Graydon Barnwell leading all scorers with 22 out of Newport. Certainly the game we were expecting and even more.
Absolutely. Nobody's going to complain about some bonus basketball here to open up the day. As I mentioned, both of these teams using every second available in some of these timeouts here. Now it's Niagara Falls as they have a chance to walk it off here. 2 players in double figures. You've got Andre Lewis and Paul Harris. Aquarius Seabury, as I mentioned, was the hot hand, but he's yet to score in the second half as you got a delay of game warning called on Lewiston Porter. So now we'll reset here for the inbound. It's Seabury.
Jump, Brandon, move, jump!
Seabury looking, trying to get it in, throws it to Porter. He gets stripped and tries to go back up with it. And we are headed to overtime. They tried to work it down low to the big man on the baseline, but nice defensive heads-up play there. So we'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have OT on deck here on Western New York Athletics.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams?
Back here again from Niagara Falls High School. We got overtime here between the Wolverines and the Lancers. You got 1 2-minute overtime period, as Joe mentioned earlier. And then if it remains tied after that, then it becomes sudden death, essentially, in the second overtime. And Niagara Falls will start out with it here, getting inside Lewis. Tried to pass out of the shot there at the last minute. That one goes out of bounds. And possession stays with the Wolverines.
Just wanted to go back really quick, Terry, to how Newport closed out the last couple seconds. Lucas Romer stepping up and Michael Wilkie coming from behind for the big block. And that's how we got into the overtime. But the offensive rebounds, Niagara Falls have been winning that category all game.
Seabury, nice pass there, but it gets deflected. Now here's Romer laying out for that loose ball. Devin Barnwell throws it over to Michael Wilkie, and now the first possession of this overtime for Newport. Here goes Wilkie trying to go downhill. Now pulls it out back to Devin Barnwell. Now Wilkie gonna spin, puts it up with the left hand, and it drops.
Wilkie now at 12, a big bucket for the Lancers, Tanner.
Boy, that left hand is something special. Now on the other end, do the Wolverines have an answer? Driving from the wing. Now pivoting, Paul Harris. That one too strong. And the rebound. Going for it was Porter there. And it looks like he committed a foul going for that rebound. So Newport has possession here with about 45 seconds remaining. Inbound to Barnwell. And now you can see taking the intensity up a notch, trying to come up with a steal, and they're able to do so. Is Niagara Falls. It's Marquise Feltz now up into the front court. Foul's called. And it looks like this is going to put on the line Marquise Feltz. The chance to tie here. 36 seconds remaining here in the extra frame. First one is good. Felt his only basket in regulation, a three-pointer. And now he's got a chance to tie. Felt's second free throw is good. Now here's Newport trying to regain the lead here. They get it up to Wilkie, and Wilkie looks like they're going to get Lou Porter for the foul there as he was trying to work his way up into the front court.
Say, look at the free throws for a moment. Tanner Newport currently 5 of 5 at the line. Niagara Falls 6 of 9 at the charity stripe with those recent makes from Feltz.
24 seconds remaining. I would imagine Graydon Barnwell here going to try and hold for the final shot. He's going to put his head down, drives into the paint. Now he kicks to the corner, getting inside. And it looks like a foul's going to be called there. They're going to get Paul Harris for a hold. 13.1 seconds remaining. Newport to inbound from in front of their own bench. It's Carmelo Raimondi. He had the basket to send it to overtime. We saw a delay of game warning called earlier on Newport. Now they're going to get Niagara Falls with one. And here's Raimondi on the inbound. He finds Barnwell. Barnwell spins baseline, throws it out to Devin Barnwell. Wilkie, pump fake, floater with the left hand. No! Rebound by Paul Harris. He's going to bring it up the floor. And a timeout is called quickly there by Niagara Falls with 2.9 seconds remaining, so they can draw up a more elaborate play here to potentially end this game. We'll take a timeout while they do that, and we will come back here on Western New York Athletics. Never mind. Check that. We'll
What a sequence we've had, Tanner. 2.9 seconds left in the overtime, and Niagara Falls getting that big rebound. I guess I'll ask you, what do you think the Wolverines will try to go with here? You have Andre Lewis, the hot hand, late in the second half, but Porter and Paul Harris have done well. Andre Lewis, we just said 14 points. What's the strategy? And I guess for Newport as well, defensively, how do you try to counter?
Well, Niagara Falls right in the same situation they were at the end of regulation with a chance to end it here. The last time they tried to get it down low in the post to Lou Porter, but some good hands defensively by Newport. They were able to strip him before he was able to get a shot off. So maybe instead of trying to get it down in the low post, you get something around the perimeter here or in the mid-range, a jump shot, whether it be from Paul Harris or Andre Lewis. And then for Newport, what worked last time, obviously defensively, was just active hands. You know, as soon as the ball hit the hands of Porter, they were just raking at that ball, trying to strip him. They got a long ways to go here. They have to go the length of the floor. Here is Andre Lewis from 3/4 court, and he hit the front of the rim there. Just needed a little more air underneath that one, and we would have had quite the memorable finish there. But we are at the end of OT1, and it is still tied at 45. So now, if we were playing hockey, this would be the shootout portion of the game. We have a second overtime. It's sudden death. First basket wins. No time on the clock. Oh boy, we couldn't have asked for a better way to start the day. I feel bad for all the games coming up after this one. They're going to have a hard act to follow here, as immediately right off the jump, we have a double overtime game.
Yeah, we see that Nichols and Cicero North Syracuse in the gym getting ready to play the next game on the main gym. I imagine St. Joseph Cheektowaga is wrapping up across the hallway, but this is interesting. Sudden death, next basket wins. You see the height for Niagara Falls. Newport with the three-point shooting. Let's see how this goes.
Javion Westbrook in the game for Niagara Falls. Got Lou Porter out there. D'Aquarius Seabury. Andre Lewis in there as well. Carmelo Raimondi out there for Newport, as well as Lucas Romer. The Barnwells. And now we are ready to jump it up here. And it's going to be controlled by Niagara Falls in the hands of D'Aquarius Seabury. Seabury going to get a screen, gets downhill, going up with the right hand, and he's fouled.
Foul against Ramondi, and now free throws coming up for Seabury.
So now, Joe, this is what I don't know. So he hits the free throws. Let's say he hits both. It's 47-45. Does Newport then get the chance to answer on the other end?
Well, you would imagine if you're trying for fairness, but we were told first basket wins, and that is how the cookie
there
crumbles.
you go. All right, ball game. D'Aquarius Seabury ices it from the line with the dagger free throw, and that is it. Game number 1 of the day here on the main court. Niagara Falls takes it 46-45. Some impressive showings. Andre Lewis really had a strong second half for them. Paul Harris finished in double figures, and then taking a look at Newport, it was the Graydon Barnwell show. He finishes with over 20 points. We saw some nice things as well from his brother Devin, Michael Wilkie, and we couldn't have asked for a better way to start the day.
Yeah, absolutely, Tanner. And Graydon Barnwell, game high, 22 points. The Lancers were down 26-23 at halftime, able to force the overtime. A big bucket from Carmel Ramondi to send it to the extra frame, but Niagara Falls Gold advances to the next round.
And we have our next game here. It's going to be the North Stars, Cicero North Syracuse against Nichols. So we'll bring you that one here shortly. But for now, for everybody in our broadcast crew, including our camera operator Mario Hall, producer Heidi Gunther, colorman Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, saying thank you for watching this presentation of the Niagara Falls High School Camp Day here on the NFHS Network, or excuse me, on Western New York Athletics. Welcome back here to Niagara Falls High School. Quick turnaround here at the Niagara Falls High School Camp Day. We just wrapped up with Niagara Falls and Lewiston Porter, and now we've got game number 2 here. It is the Cicero North Syracuse North Stars here taking on Nichols, the Nichols Vikings. I am Tanner Saunders. I'll be your play-by-play voice. Pleased to be joined on color by Joe Kraus, and we just wrapped up a very exciting game 1. We can only hope game 2 will bring more of the same here as we are just about set to get underway, and here we go. It is going to be taken by the North Stars right off the bat. And they get it into the corner. Now up top, looking to drive. And now that one is broken up, and it's going to be taken by Nichols here. And hitting the deck is Mitch Masiello. He gets fouled, and Cicero North Syracuse will take possession here. Is Myjon McDowell Reed. And Reed is going to kick it out to the wing. Now driving inside, trying to feed it underneath the basket there to Caden Antoine. That pass goes out of bounds. It'll be taken by Nichols here.
Tanner, this is the most intriguing matchup of the entire day for me because you have this Buffalo against Central New York matchup. North Stars with Cicero North Syracuse 20-2 record. They've been pretty successful out in Section 3 the past few years with their coach Kyle Martin. And then the Nichols Vikings with Matt Hartman entering his second year at the helm. 14-12 last year. Hartman, part of the Mike McDonald coaching tree over the many years in Western New York, but the Vikings are on a roll with Trey Palfrey coming back, and this should be interesting to how this goes here today.
There's a 3 that went off glass on the other end. And now here come the North Stars. It is Larry Neske. And here's a 3-pointer from Neske. That one is no good. And they try and kick it out there. And a foul is going to be called, looking for McDowell Reed. Myjon McDowell Reed, senior for Cicero North Syracuse. Started all 22 games on the basketball team last year. Also a member of the North Stars football team, kind of a versatile weapon for them. Does both sides of the ball, offense and defense. Meanwhile, here's Nichols on the other end. They swing it around the perimeter. Here's a deep triple from Trey Palfrey, and he buries that one.
Palfrey starting it off. He was the leading scorer a year ago for the Vikings, just under 22 points per game. A solid player for Nichols to build around.
They work it to the corner. Here's the baseline drive, and the layup is good on the other end for Brennan Tyler. There's another returner that's on this North Stars team here today. Here's Nichols, Mitch Masiello. Masiello showing up the post moves and then goes up with the little right hook there and finishes. Boy, that was some nice work down low for Mitch Masiello.
Vikings expecting a lot going into his senior campaign.
Oh, Myjon McDowell Reed ducks his way to the rim and gets the deuce. And then immediately gets on defense there, working on Trey Palfrey, and is going to force a pass to the corner there to Masiello. Now back up top, thought about it, now pulls the 3, left it short there, did Justin Benrig. Now that looks like a deep 2. That one is too strong. Palfrey the rebound, and he's immediately looking to run. Lofts it up ahead. That pass is broken up, and it's going to be taken back by Cicero North Syracuse. Now losing it out of bounds there was Braylon Taylor. Taylor, another returner on this North Stars team. Played 7 games last year, averaged just under 2 points per game, also over 2 rebounds per game. Here is Palfrey, sends it over to the far wing. Now spinning inside is Palfrey, and the nice soft touch in the paint there. He gets the 2. Here's Myjon McDowell Reed Gets the screen. Now he kicks it to the wing. Here's a three-pointer. That one too strong off the glass. Rebounded Masiello. There's the long outlet pass looking for Palfrey, and he has to pull it back to the corner. Now Palfrey. Nice pass underneath the rim and fouled from behind. It was Julian Fontaneda who got fouled from behind there, and that'll put him at the line.
Fontaneda averaging just under 2 points per game, bringing that height inside, though, really well on the boards. One of the returnees for head coach Matt Hartman.
Played 25 games last year, averaged 3 rebounds per game as well, using that size to his advantage. And there's a rebound, and it's knocked away from behind by Myjon McDowell-Reed, and there he goes ahead of the pack. McDowell-Reed, the layup won't go down, but the offensive rebound and the putback is no good, and then it's controlled. But there's the defense of Myjon McDowell-Reed, got the steal on the other end, and his coach was very complimentary of him, saying he's one of the best defenders in Section 3, and you saw why right there. And now he's going to try and show off his point of attack defense as he works against Trey Palfrey. Here goes Palfrey, puts up the floater in the mid-range, couldn't bank it off glass, and now here's McDowell-Reed ahead of the pack once again. Euro stepping into the lane. Layup is too strong. He gets his own miss, kicks it to the corner. Now to the wing. Here goes the drive. Now kick back out to the wing. Now up top, driving inside. Floater is sent back by Masiello, and now he gets fouled. Oh boy, this game at a bit of a fever pitch here to start things off. Seen the defense, the playmaking from Myjon McDowell-Reed for Cicero North Syracuse. Now here is Palfrey, got a couple buckets early on in this one. Here for Nichols, gets the screen, now finds Masiello on the roll, kick to the corner, 3-ball on the way. It is good. Jonah Thompson.
Vikings trying to find some range beyond the arc to start this one.
Here's McDowell-Reed, works it to the far wing. There's the long jumper. It is no good, and it is rebounded by Nichols. They throw it away right to McDowell-Reed. Reed has it top of the key, now kicks to the near wing. Now Reed relocates to the far wing, and he'll screen. Now they work it back to the near wing, trying to drive inside. Kick to the corner, baseline drive, and the kick out there deflected, but able to maintain possession is CNS. McDowell-Reed leaves the 3 short. It's rebounded by Palfrey. Palfrey, long pass ahead. Nice bounce pass on the baseline. The finish isn't there, and it's knocked away and taken back by the North Stars. Going downhill, that's Brennan Tyler.
Tyler going coast to coast on the big bucket, seeing how the court was laid out for the North Stars, and a big bucket for Cicero North.
Here comes a baseline drive. Now they try and work it into the paint. That pass off the mark, and here is McDowell-Reed ahead of the pack. Myjon had it knocked away from behind, but he is fouled. Boy, Myjon McDowell-Reed, I got to say, Joe, watching him early on, I've been very impressed with just the motor. I mean, you'll see him make a play on defense, and then he's, the first one out in transition, getting ahead of the play, trying to do a little cherry picking and get some of these easy transition buckets. He just doesn't stop.
And I would imagine after the North Stars graduated, both Andrew Benedict and Nathan Francis in the offseason after graduation, he's going to have an even more of a bigger impact to the North Stars offense this year, especially in the transition game like we just saw.
And he knocks down both of his free throws there, makes it 10-8 now. Nichols still leading here. About halfway through this first half, looking to get inside is Masiello, and he's forced to dish it to Jonah Thompson. Thompson over to Masiello, now to the wing. 3-pointer on the way. That one is no good. Rebound tapped around, and a foul is going to be called there. Matt Travers took the wing triple. Here's Palfrey, gets it into Masiello. Now the bounce pass finds his man and couldn't finish, and the rebound is still up for the taking. And falling on it there is Cicero North Syracuse, and then you got a foul called. Looks like it's on Nichols, so it'll be North Stars ball here. My Jean McDowell Reed brings it up for them. Up top, it's Tyler. Works it over to McDowell Reed on the far wing. Now Reed's going to take a three, and that one is no good. Offensive rebound back out to McDowell Reed. He's going to try and burrow his way into the paint. Now that pass out to the wing over the head of the intended target and out of bounds. Looking for Brennan Tyler there. And now a substitution coming in for Cicero North Syracuse. Off goes Brady Oswald, and Diesel Hall, the senior guard, checks in.
Both teams going into this upcoming winter, Tanner, bringing a lot of experience back. The North Stars, 4 returnees from a year ago, and they finished 20-2. North Stars trying to win their first Section 3 title since 2010, which is the only one in program history to date. And then Nichols to counter, 14 wins with first-year coach Matt Hartman, finished 4th in the Monsignor Martin. They return a whopping total of 8 returnees, including many of who we're seeing in the early minutes of this game.
And North Stars on offense. Here goes Tyler, and they work it to the corner. Now back up top, Tyler. He's going to drive, kick to the wing. Now top of the key, and Palfrey trying to come up with the steal there. Unable to do so. It stays with Cicero North Syracuse. But when you talk about this North Star team, they went 20-2 a season ago, 14-0 in SCAC play, which, if you're unfamiliar, the Salt City Athletic Conference is a large school 15-team league in the Syracuse area. They have a 40-5 record over the past 2 seasons. Does Cicero North Syracuse, as this triple goes down. It is Shepard Polos hitting the three. But going back to this North Stars team, they had their season ended in the sectional semifinals against Bishop Ludden, but don't let that detract from the success that they've had over the past handful of seasons. 40-5 over the past 2 seasons. They've won the past 2 SCAC championships. They've only lost 1 game in conference play over the past 2 years. Since 2020, they have a 78-23 record. They've been in the New York State final class AAA rankings in 3 of the last 4 years, excluding the COVID season, because there was no poll that year. So this has been a very successful organization
And
these
really,
past handful of years.
Absolutely, Terry, with Kyle Martin at the helm. He was previously, for those tuning in, that are around the New York City area.
Right.
He was previously the head coach at Purchase College and then came over to Cicero North Syracuse High School because of the pandemic. But the job that he and his assistants, Adrian Marzolo and Mike Camisso, have done, 78-23 record in the last 5 years, and they actually knocked off Niagara Falls back in December, 55-45 win last year. So they know how to play in this gym as well, which is a big plus too.
Sure thing. And talking about Coach Martin, also, before he was at Purchase College, he had some coaching experience as well. He was an assistant at Hamilton, and he was the top assistant at SUNY Morrisville, and was part of a coaching staff that helped guide the team to back-to-back NCAA D3 tournament appearances. So he brings a wealth of experience to this North Stars team as a coach. And right now they hold the 1-point advantage, 11-10. As they work it to the near wing, Shepard Polos will swing it over to the top of the key. Now coming off a screen, Diesel Hall. And it looks like a foul is going to be called against Nichols. It's going to be Drew Bennett. Take care of it. Diggy X. X Diggy. Now to inbound here. They get it in. Here's McDowell Reed. Now running off a screen. The pump fake, the drive. Tried to dish to Diesel Hall. Hall trying to save it. This one being tipped around. And unable to save it there for Nichols was Andrew Beback. Down. Don't dribble right away. So inbounding from the corner here is Cicero North Syracuse. They get it into Myjon McDowell-Reed. Reed with the hezzy, now getting inside, whips it to the corner. The three-pointer is good. Larry Nessie there knocks it down and makes the lead 4. Now here is Palfrey on the other end, and he gets doubled, forced to dish it to the corner. Now trying to drive down the baseline, trap, kick out to the wing, driving inside. Nice finish there from B-back. And on the other end, McDowell-Reed, as we're under a minute to play in this first half. Nessie lets a three fly. That time it won't fall. Here's Palfrey bringing it up. And Trey Palfrey being guarded by Myjon McDowell-Reed, forced to dish it off to Drew Bennett. Now Bennett the kick out. And B-back now at the top of the key, looking to spin his way inside. Forced to kick to the corner. Bennett, here's Bennett, the pump fake, and that one is emphatically rejected. Here comes Myjon McDowell-Reed running ahead of the pack. Now he'll slow it down. As you got under 20 left on the game clock here. Chance to hold for the final shot. McDowell-Reed to Nessie, that one. Nice heads-up play from Trey Palfrey, and the little room service on the other end gets the easy lay. And now about 2 seconds left. McDowell-Reed, they don't have anything here. Nessie going to have to heave it from three-quarters court and comes up empty. So that brings us to halftime. This one's certainly a little more low-scoring than our first game. It's 14-14 here at the half. We will take a timeout, and we'll come back after this brief break for the start of the second half here on Western New York Athletics.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Seek your next adventure. Make your next memory. Explore your next connection. What will you do next?
Welcome back to Niagara Falls Team Camp. Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders with you. This is game 2 on the main gym. Cicero North Syracuse and Nichols coming out of halftime. But if you're watching on your screen, big thanks again to all of our sponsors. We have had the pleasure of having them support us all year long. Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. And as we get going for the second half, Tanner, is take a look in the top right corner of your screen. We have the Western New York Athletics QR code, which sends you to our store. And right now through Wednesday, July 30th, you can get all the Western New York Athletics merchandise. We have t-shirts, polo shirts, hoodies, a great gift for the holiday season. All the proceeds go back to us here at Western New York Athletics to help continue to bring you these broadcasts such as here today in Niagara Falls. So be sure to visit the store through Wednesday.
Absolutely, as we are back in action here. A bit of a low-scoring defensive affair. Here is Palfrey, and he's going to bully his way into the paint, goes up with the left hand and finishes. Trey Palfrey.
Palfrey continuing to roll a couple buckets in transition now. The game high 9 points here for the Vikings.
Had a steal and a fast break bucket to end the first half, and he picks up right where he left off here in the second. Now going up with the shot there and picking up the foul is Braylon Taylor. He played 7 games on the varsity squad last season, averaged 1.7 points per game, 2.3 rebounds per game. And he'll have a chance to knock down a couple free throws here. That first one left it short. Joe, you mentioned earlier the head coach for Nichols, Matt Hartman. He was named the head coach prior to the start of last season. Young guy, still only in his late 20s. And before coming over to Nichols, he was an assistant at Damon University. As now his squad has the 2-point advantage here. Now 16-14 in favor of Nichols. They work it over to Palfrey in the corner. Now looking for the roll man there, but unable to find him as the pass gets broken up. Here's Nessie. Now Brennan Tyler over to the wing. Here is a triple on the way. That one is good. A couple steps beyond the arc, but it doesn't matter. Larry Nessie knocks that one down.
Second triple of the game. Check that third of the game now for the North Stars. Nessie stepping in with a big shot.
Now does Nichols have an answer on the other end? Looking to drive. Now the dish to the baseline in the low post. Here's Masiello trying to drive in from the corner. Finds his man. The reverse won't go. And the rebound is controlled by the North Stars. Brennan Tyler, top of the key, works it to the near wing to McDowell Reed. Does he have another one? Nessie, that one back irons and rebound for Nichols. Andrew Beback bringing it up. Now he's going to try and muscle his way through 2 defenders. And they'll call a foul against Myjon McDowell Reed.
Move on! Let's keep talking. Don't do that crap right now. I took you out, guys. I don't want to do that.
Here's the inbound from Palfrey. Gets it to the corner. Now up top, Masiello. The pump fake. Spins into the paint. Goes up with the right hand and puts it in. Nicely done there from Mitch Masiello. Now Myjon McDowell Reed takes it over to Nessie. Now they work it to the corner. Brennan Tyler up top. And a foul called. Believe they get Andrew B back there. Now North Stars 2 inbound. Looking for Braylon Taylor, and he gets fouled. Here's McDowell Reed being hounded there by Palfrey defensively. Now gets it over to Brennan Tyler. Tyler kick to the corner. Now back up top. McDowell Reed gets a screen. Now looking to get inside, and that one is blocked. Julian Fontaneda sent that one out of play there with the block, and now a timeout is called by Coach Kyle Martin. So we'll take a timeout as well. Back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD Struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here at Niagara Falls High School for this matchup between Nichols and Cicero North Syracuse. It's a 1-point game. A timeout was just called by head coach Kyle Martin of Cicero North Syracuse. And Joey talked a little bit about him earlier. Native of Tully, New York, which if you're unfamiliar, pretty much right in between Cortland and Syracuse, right off I-81. He was a 2-time All-CNY player for Tully High School, where he remains among the all-time leaders in points scored and three-pointers made. I mentioned his coaching stints with Hamilton, SUNY Morrisville, and then he took the head coaching job at SUNY Purchase, where he guided them to an 82-53 record over 5 seasons, reached the Skyline Conference playoffs in each of the 5 seasons that he was there, and then resigned due to the pandemic. Him, his wife, and their 16-month-old were living downstate at the time in Westchester County, and they came back to central New York after his resignation because it was a lot safer there than downstate at the time. And despite having offers from D3 and even D2 colleges after his resignation from Purchase, he prioritized the proximity to home and decided to come back to Cicero North Syracuse. And not a bad decision on his part, given the success that we outlined he's had, since his return.
Yeah, 5 years, as we said, 78-23 record, and being at the top of the SCAC championship and coming to events like Niagara Falls, taking the road trip to Western New York to take on teams like Nichols and the rest of the tournament here today. And for all the teams here, you could say this, it's all about getting better, right? Getting those extra reps during the summer, and that's where we're at right now. What you do in the summer leads to your success in February and March.
No doubt about it. And there's some good hands on the defensive end from Palfrey, and able to finish through a couple defenders there. Man, Palfrey has done a great job in this one, turning defense into offense. On the other end, ball in the hands of Nessie. He gives it up to Tyler, who missed everything on the three-point attempt. Here is Palfrey, gets it up the floor quickly to Masiello. He's going to let the wing triple fly. That one is too strong, and it is rebounded by Brennan Tyler. Now Tyler quickly up the floor. He finds the trailer, lets the three fly. That one goes halfway, down and out, and the rebound is secured by Matt Travers. Here comes Palfrey. Kicks to the corner. That three ball on the way. Too strong. Rebound, Myjon McDowell Reed.
Looks like Nichols rushing that last shot there in the corner.
Now a corner three attempt for Cicero North Syracuse. That one off the top of the backboard. Out of bounds. It'll be Nichols' ball here. So we're approaching the halfway point of this second half. Running clock for the majority. Now bringing it up for Nichols, Jonah Thompson. Kick over to Masiello. Now they work it to the corner. Drew Bennett, pump fake, baseline drive, and he gets tied up. Fair bit of contact down there, and that will result in the foul being called. They get it into Mitch Masiello. Masiello looking to spin inside, puts it up with the right hand, missed everything there. And the rebound is pulled down by Brennan Tyler. Tyler up ahead, baseline drive, and a travel is called. They force the turnover. It'll be Nichols' ball here. One possession game. They lead. Jonah Thompson bringing the ball up the floor. Thompson. Now they get it to Drew Bennett, top of the key, looking to drive inside, force the dish to the far wing. Now here's Thompson, a couple steps behind the arc there. It doesn't matter as he knocks down the shot from distance. Now McDowell Reed. They give it up, work it to the near wing. That triple off the heel of the iron. And the rebound pulled down by Bennett. Now Thompson, the long outlet pass, trying to get it up ahead there to Andrew Beback, but he could not corral that one.
Jonah Thompson heading into his junior campaign, one of the returnees from last year now with 2 3-pointers, and this one averaged 6 points per game last year for the Vikings.
McDowell Reed gets the ball to the top of the key, now spinning, and he dishes at the last second. Nice finish there. Off the playmaking from Myjon, McDowell Reed finds Braylon Taylor.
Great look from McDowell Reed along the baseline to find the cutting Taylor. It's back to a 2-possession game. Big bucket for the North Stars.
Drew Bennett on the wing. Now to Masiello, top of the key, and he'll screen. The floater there from Beback is no good. Rebound tipped around. The loose ball, diving for it. It's still loose. And Tyler comes up with it, gets it ahead to Larry Nessie. He's going to pull the deep triple. Long rebound. Caroms to Myjon McDowell Reed. Kick to the corner. 3-pointer, yes. And a timeout is called there by Cicero North Syracuse. So we'll take a timeout as well. Be back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School, out of the timeout, it was Shepard Pulos that hit that jumper, that 3-pointer from the corner for Cicero North Syracuse.
Big momentum swing right now, Tanner, for the North Stars. And Polo knocking down the North Stars' 4th 3-pointer of the game. Back to a 1-point game here as well.
Here is Trey Palfrey being guarded by McDowell Reed. Now he'll swing it over to the corner, looking to drive baseline, and nice help coming over and forcing the turnover. That was Braylon Taylor. And now here's Shepard Pulos, finds McDowell Reed, and he spins away from Palfrey there. Now back to Pulos. They kick it to the wing. Pulos straight away triple. That one a little bit offline. And now fight for the rebound between McDowell Reed and Palfrey. It goes out of bounds. And it'll stay with Cicero North Syracuse. Looking at inbound from the corner. Having trouble getting it in. They find McDowell Reed, and he lost it out of bounds. Last off of his own leg there. So it'll be Nichols' ball now with 4 and change left in the second half. So far, we're 2 for 2 on close games. Obviously, the first game between Niagara Falls and Newport going to double overtime, and now this one close as well as Trey Palfrey gets in the lane and puts up the little floater there, forcing a timeout. So we'll take one as well with 4:25 left in the second half. Back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School, we've got ourselves entrenched in another close game here in the late stages of the second half. 4:25 remaining And you've got the Nichols Vikings up one possession, 25-22 over Cicero North Syracuse, and it'll be North Star's possession here out of the timeout. Here is Myjon McDowell-Reed, and now they work it to the corner. And it looks like another one for Shepard Pulos. Hit one from there earlier in the game. And now he knocks down another to tie it here.
Third of the game, second in the last couple of minutes. Another big one for North Stars, Tanner, tied at 25.
And on the other end, Nichols looking for the response. They tried to get it down to Matt Travers there in the post, and he gets fouled.
Quick programming note, Tanner, coming up at noon here. West York Athletics will have Niagara Falls Gold taking on St. Joe's. The Marauders knocked off Cheektowaga across the hallway earlier this morning. And of course, you watched right here, Niagara Falls Gold, a 46-45 overtime win against Newport. So Falls Gold against St. Joe's at noon. The winner of this one advances to the 1 p.m. game against either Canisius or Niagara Falls Blue. As we said, Niagara Falls with two teams suited up here in the team camp.
And now here's Nichols trying to inbound. They throw it away there. Braylon Taylor came up with it there. Now McDowell-Reed gets tangled up there in a sandwich of Nichols defenders. And a foul called. Brennan Tyler to inbound from right in front of our table here. Gets it into Larry Nessie, and he's going to be doubled. Has to get rid of it, and did to Brennan Tyler, but a foul was called before that. So now Tyler works his way back over to in front of our setup here on the near side of the floor, and he'll look to inbound. Throws it to Nessie, who goes in the backcourt to get it. And there's the dribble handoff on the far wing. Now they get it to Tyler. And he'll get it back on the near wing. Now gives it up to McDowell-Reed, and a travel is called there. So it'll go back to Nichols off the turnover.
I'm begging you. Look at stop. Rebound. Everybody go rebound.
Trey Palfrey directing traffic here. Pass to the near wing. Now they get it to Masiello. Nice bounce pass to the cutting Palfrey, and he lays it in. And then Myjon McDowell-Reed gets fouled there right at midcourt.
Trey Palfrey continuing to impress in this game, but Tanner now with 13 in the contest, 15 in the contest, 8 in the second half, just on the drive, making the nice moves. He is a really special guy to watch, and this is my first time watching Nichols this year.
And he's got a couple steals as well. He's had a couple of fast break buckets, turning defense into offense. Here is McDowell-Reed, and Reed shovels it back to Tyler. Now to Nessie on the wing as we are under a minute left in this game. He's going to try and make something happen here. Forced to swing it over to the far wing, and that pass had a little too much air underneath it. Lost it out of bounds, turned over. It'll be Nichols' ball here. They're up 2 with just under 42 seconds left in regulation. Here's Trey Palfrey. Palfrey up into the front court, finds his man underneath the basket. Couple pump fakes, goes up strong, and lays it in. It's Julian Fontaneda. Here's McDowell-Reed, and reaching in, Trey Palfrey commits the foul there, so clock stops with 28. Brennan Tyler will inbound here. He finds Myjon McDowell-Reed. And they're going to need a quick bucket here, little double screen at the top of the key. And McDowell Reed, ball's on the ground. He's able to save it deep. Triple on the way. That one's off the mark. It's rebounded by Palfrey. And now Palfrey will bring it up, and he is fouled.
Great hustle for Myjon McDowell Reed as the North Stars are going to take a timeout. Let's just keep this here, Tanner. 12.7 left as McDowell Reed coming back for his senior year, bringing the defense back, one of the best defenders in Section 3 of the last couple of years, and one of the top starters. But Nichols and Trey Palfrey, I'm going to say it again, you bring back a couple of other guys as well with Mitch Maciello and Andrew B. back and a host of Vikings players. They're going to be a really solid team coming up ahead in the winter. 114 games. And really, this is part of the big event that we've had all year. Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Demon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency are our sponsors for today's Niagara Falls Team Camp. Empire Electric, for all your electrical services and upgrades, call 716-634-0330 or visit empireelectric.com. And Wingnuts of Buffalo, as we are approaching the lunch hour here, Tanner, they're located at 4600 Genesee Street in Cheektowaga, located inside Buffalo Airport Hotel, just 2 minutes from the Buffalo Niagara Airport. And on Wednesdays, they have Wing Wednesday. Diners can enjoy their favorite wings for just $1 each. Be sure to visit their website, wingnutsbuffalo.com.
So 12.7 remaining. The two-possession game here, 30-25. Nichols leads. And Cicero North Syracuse 25-31, I beg your pardon. Nichols still leads, and they'll need a miracle here for Cicero North Syracuse. They get it in to Justin Benning, and the foul is going to be committed quickly there by the North Stars. And once again, here's Maciello. He'll kick it to the corner, and they'll just hold on to it here, waiting for the North Stars to foul, which they do with 5.9 remaining. That'll be on Andrew Beback. He is the one that gets fouled. And Nichols will inbound once again here with 5.9. Beback fouled quickly by Brennan Tyler. And now they'll inbound it once again here with 4.9. Looking for Palfrey, and he gets fouled by Shepard Polos. And they'll inbound one more time, and Coach Martin's saying let it go here, so they will dribble it out. Palfrey will do the honors, and that is it. The Nichols Vikings come out victorious 31-25 here in game number 2, and they're moving on here on the main court.
Yeah, Nichols will now take on either Canisius or Niagara Falls Blue at 1 p.m., Tanner, and the day continues on in a few minutes. Niagara Falls Gold taking on St. Joe's.
And we'll have that game for you, but we'll take a brief break here for everybody in our broadcast crew, including our camera operator, Mario Hall, producer Heidi Gunther, color man Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, saying thank you for listening to this presentation of the Niagara Falls High School Camp Day here on Western New York Athletics. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you
We are back here from Niagara Falls High School for Game 3 here of the Niagara Falls Camp Day. We've got St. Joe's taking on the Niagara Falls Gold. They beat Lewiston Porter earlier on today. That game went to double overtime, while over on the auxiliary court at 10 a.m., St. Joe's got the best of Cheektowaga. So they will be taking the court here in this 12 o'clock matchup. And the winner of this game will move on to the championship game at 3 p.m. here on the main court. So 16 minutes on the clock here. You got two 16-minute halves, mostly running clock. There is the occasional stoppage. Now we are ready to get things underway here from Niagara Falls High School. I'm Tanner Saunders, be your play-by-play voice. Joe Kraus will join me on color in just a moment. And now we're set at midcourt to tee things up here. And we are underway. This will be interesting as St. Joe's, no numbers on the rosters. Immediately they work it down low. That one is going to be ripped away. Now here comes DeQuarius Seabury. He had 7 points in their first game of the day against Lewiston Porter. Now Seabury, they work it to him in the corner for 3. He left that one short. Ball is out of bounds. Looks like it goes off of Joe's, so it'll stay with the Wolverines here. Looking at inbound Lewis, and they throw that one away. And they get it up the floor quickly. Does Joe's layup is good, plus the foul. So St. Joe's draws first blood in this one, and he'll have a chance for a 3-point play the old-fashioned way here to get things started. And the free throw is no good. The rebound going to be pulled down by Lou Porter for Niagara Falls. Here's DeQuarius Seabury. Kicks it to the wing to Paul Harris. Now Harris looking to get inside. Goes up strong with the right hand and gets the finish. So a tough take there from Paul Harris. He'll even things up at 2. Now top of the key for Joe's. They work it over to the wing, and looks like a foul or violation going to be called against Joe's. So Niagara Falls will take back possession here. Here's DeQuarius Seabury, and he sends his defender to the floor right there. Now he's going to bounce it to the wing, trying to drive inside, and a blocking foul is going to be called there on Joe's. Here's Seabury to inbound, gets it to Lou Porter. Now Porter looking to back his way into the paint. Now Porter tried to dish it out there, and it looks like he is going to be fouled. So now here's Seabury to inbound. Porter to Harris. Now they work it toward the near side, looking to cross over. The sidestep triple, a little bit of contact there, but no foul is called. Now back the other way. Joe's in transition. That layup is good. Here's DeQuarius Seabury. Again with the crossover there, and it looks like a foul is going to be called against Joe's.
Trey, go get it. Trey, get the ball. Seabury.
Believe that was Jaziel Lanzoth that the foul was called on. Meanwhile, here's Niagara Falls. Off the inbound. High screen there. And now kick to the corner for Dequarius Seabury. Seabury trying to clear out the area. Now looking to drive inside. That one is knocked away and trying to save it, unable to do so.
Good. Tennessee. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
And now Joes takes possession here. Here's the kick to the far wing for three. That one is too strong. Seabury is there for the rebound. Here's the long outlet pass, looking for the tall Porter, but that one is deflected and taken by Joes. They got numbers going back the other way. Layup is good. Here's Andre Lewis. He had a strong second half in their first game of the day against Lewiston Porter, and now violation called against Niagara Falls. Joes will take it off the inbound here. Kick to the near wing. Now over to the far corner. Three-pointer on the way. That one off the front of the rim. Too strong in the rebound. Secured by Paul Harris as he taps it to himself. Now fouled as he's bringing it up into the front court is Marquise Feltz. Here's the inbound for Niagara Falls, finding Andre Lewis. And Lewis looking for Westbrook on the screen there. Now here's a one dribble pull up. That one goes halfway down and out for Marquise Feltz, rebounded by Joes. And now here's a drive right down Main Street, kick to the corner, three ball on the way. That one is short off the front of the rim. A nice rebound there from Paul Harris, and he'll look to push in transition, dribble it off his foot. So now Joes takes possession, kick over to the far wing, driving inside. Nice little cross there, right hand. The floater won't go, and the rebound is secured by Westbrook. Drops it back to Andre Lewis. Lewis kicks it over to the far side to Marquise Feltz. And now Feltz looking to size up his defender. Gets inside. Nice bounce pass. Finds the cutting Harris. His layup is too strong. Gets his own rebound. And that one won't fall. And the rebound, eventually it's ripped away from Marquise Feltz. Now quickly up into the front court. Here comes Joes. Nice kick to the corner. The three ball on the way. That one is too strong. Rebound Paul Harris. And Harris looks like is going to be fouled from behind. Foul called against Joes. It'll be Niagara Falls ball here as we approach the halfway point of this first half. Here's Marquise Feltz. He dishes it to the top of the key. Now over to the wing. Three-point attempt on the way, and that is good for the Wolverines. halfway point of this first half, 7-6. Niagara Falls up one here. You've got a couple substitutions coming in for the Marauders. Here's Lewis bringing it up. Now Lewis kicks it to Gerard Scott, and Scott just taps it over to Feltz. Now Feltz trying to hop step his way into the lane. Tough shot over the Marauders defender. Can't get it to go, and they have the rebound. Long outlet pass. It's going to be deflected and taken back by Niagara Falls. It's Marquise Feltz for the easy two. And it looks like a timeout is called, so we will take a timeout as well. Back after this here, 6:17 left in the first half on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School, game number 3 so far of the day between Niagara Falls Gold and St. Joe's. Right now, low scoring affair. These games just get lower and lower scoring as the day goes on. It's 26-23 at half for the first game of the day for this Niagara Falls Gold team against Newport. Then it was 14-14 at half. The last game between Nichols and CNS, and now we got a 9-6. So there was a 3 for Joe's. Knotting things up at 9 here as we're more than halfway through this first half. Here's Dequarius Seabury. He gives it up to Scott. His pass out to the wing is deflected, and eventually Joe secures the loose ball. There's a nice pass up ahead in transition and finish. Nice fast break there, executed to perfection by Joe's. They take the lead 11-9. Here is Seabury, bounce pass to the wing, three-pointer on the way, short, rebound Joe's. And again, they'll try and push the pace here. Kick it over to the far wing, now top of the key, near side. And top of the key, now kick to the wing, corner, 3-ball on the way. Too strong, but they get the long offensive rebound. Now work it back out to the wing. And here's the drive inside, kick out, straight away triple. That one goes down. As now St. Joe's starting to impose their will a little bit. They've gotten this lead up to 5 here. See if the Wolverines have an answer. Here's Seabury, kicks it for the baseline drive. And that shot won't go. Here comes Joe's running the floor back the other way, trying to go up with the left, and going to be a foul there. So that'll put Joe's at the line, up 5s. They're stringing together a bit of a run here. First free throw here for the Marauders. That one goes halfway down and out. It's Coach Cooper Calzanetti talking things over with his crew. And the second free throw again goes halfway down and out. Score remains 14-9. Lou Porter secures the rebound. He was very solid on the boards in their first game of the day against Newport. Now they get it to Porter at the elbow. He spins, kicks to the corner. 3 ball on the way. Too strong for Gerard Scott, but there's the offensive rebound and the cleanup there for Porter. Now quickly up the floor here inside the floater. Shot won't go, but a foul's called.
Good take for St. Joe's from Gary Alexander III, back for his sophomore season, rocking the white headband today here in Niagara Falls. Had a great year coming in and helping the Marauders once again finishing the runner-up in Monsignor Martin. Great facilitator. Getting more minutes here, expected to get more minutes as his career continues with the Marauders.
Gary Alexander, the fourth, he actually led the team last season in three-point percentage, shot a blistering 57%, which led the team among players with 10 or more attempts. Granted, he only took 14 threes last year, but he shot them at a high clip, that's for sure. Now there's the crossover and trying to save it there. It's going to be stolen by Alexander the fourth. Here he goes, he dishes, and there's the finish with the right hand. Now here is Seabury. Goes behind the back there, rejects the screen. Now he's got it on the wing. As this Joe's sideline, they're off a rowdy, I tell you what. Seabury trying to pass it out there, and looks like a foul's going to get called, and we got a wedgie.
Well, great pressure from the St. Joe's defense. So Landon Patterson and the teal shirt just over half court, and Jerome Shanklin with the curly hair. Transferred from Cheektowaga. Again, we don't have numbers from Cheektowaga, so or from St. Joe's, so we're doing our best to describe how the players are. But we got a timeout here, 6-point game, and continuing our great day here, Tanner.
Absolutely. I can't say I've ever called a game where we're having to pick out players by their accessories, but we're making do here, trying our best. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one as well. Back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you in?
Back here from Niagara Falls High School. Late stages of the first half here between Joe's and Niagara Falls Gold. Right now, Joe's leading 17-11 here. I mentioned Joe while you were away. These games, they just get lower and lower scoring each time. It was 26-23 the first half of game one, which featured this Niagara Falls Gold team. Then we had a 14-14 first half. The last game between Nichols and Nichols and Cicero North Syracuse, and now this game 17-11 here.
Well, we mentioned at the top, Tanner, that with these games, I mean, we saw it off the bat with Niagara Falls and Newport going back and forth as if it were a sectional championship game. And these reps that you get during the summertime, sunny day out in Niagara Falls, and we're all in the gym getting better, and that helps you when you get into February and March for the postseason.
No doubt about it. And I suppose it's not too big of a surprise to see the defenses prevailing here early on so far in the day. Normally when it comes to sports, sometimes when you're, in the off season, preseason, if you want to call it, the defense is usually ahead of the offense. So we've seen that on full display here today. As there's the jump shot from Lewis. He is fouled. Andre Lewis, he had a very strong showing in the second half of the first time we saw this Niagara Falls Gold team against Newport. Really was the spark plug for them in the second half that was able to propel them to victory in part. And he hits the first free throw.
Really been impressed with Andre Lewis, only a freshman for the Wolverines. There's a lot of young, talented guards within the Wolverines year in and year out. You have to wonder, will he be on JV or on varsity? That's for the coaching staff to decide. But for those tuning in today on What's Your Athletics, he's putting on a big show so far.
This is Landon Alexander. He tried to kick it to Landon Patterson. Try to kick it to Gary Alexander. Other way, lefty finishes good for Niagara Falls. Now about 30 seconds remaining in the half.
Joe's trying to get out of the backcourt like Michael Schrostetter.
Nice crossover there, and then fouled in the corner by Andre Lewis. I believe Liam Horan was the one that committed, or that was fouled there with the gray shorts. Now looking to drive inside. They kick it to Horan in the corner. He lets the three go. That one is no good. Rebound by Falls. And they'll have a chance to hold for the final shot of the half here as they whip it up into the front court. Now top of the key, 6 seconds left. They got to get moving here. Stepping through the double team, putting up the three off glass, no good. Rebound by Liam Horn, and that'll bring us to the end of half number one. So St. Joe's got on a bit of a run there midway through that first half, but Niagara Falls claws back to make it a one-possession game after the first half. 2-point game, 17-15. We will take a timeout, and we'll come back with the start of the second half here on Western New York Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Back here live from Niagara Falls High School. Second half about to get underway here between Niagara Falls Gold and St. Joe's. And we talked a little bit about Niagara Falls earlier, but for this St. Joe squad, this is a team that went 21-4, lost a heartbreaker in the Manhattan Cup Finals to Canisius, 51-49 in overtime. And they're going to be losing a lot of talent here this coming season. Lost a lot of seniors to graduation. You look at players, the likes of Makai Gidney, Jameer Gooseby, Molly Shabazz, Nate Blenman, who was their stellar big man. Not that they lost him to graduation, just transferred elsewhere, playing down in Massachusetts this next coming season. But it's going to be a lot of roster turnover for them going into next season. So good chance to see some of these young guys, the likes of Gary Alexander, Landon Patterson, and the likes, Jerome Shanklin.
Well, as you said, Tanner, the big news is another bucket inside, that time from Paul Harris. Nate Fleming, he's off to do great things at Cushing Academy in Massachusetts, part of their class of 2027. You bring in a couple transfers, Jerome Shanklin from Cheektowaga and Landon Patterson, who was with St. Mary's of Lancaster last year. But a lot of young guys coming back, and Cooper Kelsonetti has done a great job keeping this engine running. 21 wins last year. And you said it, this is going to be a big year and a lot of new faces for St. Joe's. A lot to be excited out in Buffalo as well.
As there's a loose ball, it goes out of bounds. You mentioned the head coach is Cooper Calzanetti. Kind of got thrusted into a tough position, had to take over for the late Gabe Michael, but he's stepped in and done a bang-up job ever since.
Yeah, this has been, I believe, the third or fourth time I've watched the Marauders play over the last couple of years, and they just bring a great presence, a great sharing of the ball. It's going to be a different makeup with As we said, Nate Plumman not in the lineup. They went a lot inside, but solid guard play, and he's got the Marauders in a good spot for sure.
Trying to spin through some defenders there. Now they got it in the corner. Work it back out to the wing. And here's a screen trying to split through two defenders. Kick to the corner. 3-ball on the way is good. I believe that was Dior Cheatham there, or Dion.
Yes.
Dion Cheatham there, yes, on the shot. And here's a shot from Seabury on the other end. Now spinning from the wing. Get it back out top to Liam Horan. Now there's a screen trying to feed it down to him in the paint, and a foul's called. So Joes will inbound from in front of their own bench here. Liam Horan to inbound and does so. Now screen there set at the top of the key. They get it down to the free throw line. Now looking to get inside. Kick to the near corner. And they feed it down back into the low post. Spinning inside. The hook shot is good. Now back in the other end. Foul called there.
Lucas Cullen with the big bucket inside for St. Joe's. One of the big players here to step up. Averaged just under a point per game last year coming off the bench for the Marauders, but getting ready to step into those big roles now.
Meanwhile, Paul Harris on the free throw line for Niagara Falls. His first free throw is good. Had the chance to talk with him prior to the start of their first game at 10 a.m. Good kid, originally from Chicago, Illinois. Moved to Niagara Falls when he was 6 years old. A second free throw off the mark. Now driving on the other end. Here's a kick to the corner for three. It's good. Make it a 7-point lead now for the Marauders. Here's Seabury. And a kick to the corner. That three-pointer too strong. And the rebound tapped around there by Dion Cheatham and eventually secured by the Marauders. And now, nice trap here, trying to force the turnover. That ball loose and play whistled dead here by the officials.
Great three-point shot a moment ago from Dazil Lanzot, just stepping up, fighting his shot for St. Joe's. Starting to pull away here, Tanner.
Yep, they put a bit of a run together midway through that first half, got the lead to balloon up a little bit, but then Niagara Falls came clawing back, and much like they did in their first game, they'll see if they can do it again here. Timeout is called by the Marauders. We'll take a timeout as well. We'll be back after this here on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School with about just over 11 minutes left in this second half. We got the Marauders of St. Joe's and the Wolverines Niagara Falls here in their home gym. And it'll be Marauders ball out of the timeout. That's Gary Alexander handling, and his pass gets deflected and stolen by Niagara Falls. Now they get it up ahead to Paul Harris. Nearly had that one stolen. Now he bullies his way to the rack, and a foul is called. They wanted an offensive foul. Did the Marauders bench? Not going to get one. So Niagara Falls will inbound from the baseline here. Seabury gets it in. Harris on the wing. Now they work it to Seabury in the corner. He's going to drive inside, forced to dish it out to Lewis. Now Marquise Fetz gave it up to DeQuarius Seabury. Seabury looking to get inside. The help comes. He's forced to dish to the wing. Now Seabury gets it back. Over to Feltz. Feltz to the corner. Three-pointer on the way. It is good. Andre Lewis. Now for the Marauders, they work this one down low. That's Liam Clowen, and his bucket is good. Or Lucas Clowen, I beg your pardon.
Big play from Lucas inside. Brings the height, the tallest guy on the Marauders roster coming in, and a big bucket.
See if Lou Porter can answer on the other end. He was looking for DeQuarius Seabury, but he's just a couple inches too short for that pass there. Goes out of bounds. It's a turnover. It'll be Marauders ball as Landon Patterson comes into the game. Hard to miss him with that teal undershirt he's rocking there. Now they work it to Gary Alexander. He pulls up from the elbow and gets the shooter's roll. It's 29-21 now in favor of the Marauders. Seabury trying to direct traffic, being guarded by Landon Patterson. Shovels it off there. Now Hop stepping into the lane, high off glass. Shot won't go, but a foul. Again, there's that creation ability of Andre Lewis on full display.
God said be vertical. Be vertical.
Both teams only have 3 fouls in this half. The 16-minute running halves. Clock will stop at the last minute of play, Tanner, but there will be a bonus if a team gets to 10 fouls. But again, both teams have a long way to get there.
Right. Andre Lewis knocks down the first free throw as Niagara Falls trying to claw their way back here in this one. Second free throw is good for Lewis. Here's Gary Alexander. It's a screen there from Lucas Clowen. Now Alexander trying to dish to Clowen there, but instead it's a turnover. Niagara Falls bringing it back the other way. Here's Seabury, sees two, kicks it out. Lewis, sidestep triple on the way, missed everything, and trying to save it to Seabury, yes! And he finishes.
Great heads-up save from Gerard Scott on the baseline to find Seabury, and we're back to a 4-point game.
Wow, that's a real headsy play there. Great hustle on deck. And now here's the Marauders on offense. Clowen sets the screen. He'll get the pass. Now looking to drive baseline. Now backing down. Forced to kick it out. Jasiel Lanzot, his three won't fall, and it's rebounded by Javion Westbrook. Now on the other end, floater. That one is too strong. Rebounded by Lucas Clowen. Now drive and dish to the corner to Jasiel Lanzot. He's fouled on the jumper and gets it to fall no less from the elbow. And he'll have a chance to make this three. So Jasiel Lanzot will head to the free throw line. Try and get the lead back up to 7 for Joes. And he makes good with that one. And now with that, he'll head to the bench and a timeout is called. So we'll step aside and take a timeout as well. minutes left here in this second. Oh, no, we're not taking a timeout. I could have swore I heard timeout called. Must just be hearing voices, apparently. It'll be Niagara Falls ball here. And Seabury is going to be fouled. I believe they'll get Landon Patterson there on the foul. Now they get it to Seabury off the inbound, working against Patterson. Get it to the free throw line, high post. Now spinning inside, going up with the shot and picking up a foul there. Gonna put Falls on the free throw line. First free throw goes halfway down and out. Had a couple missed free throws on this side of the floor for Niagara Falls. Second one goes down. It's a 6-point game. And the screen comes there from Liam Horan. Now getting downhill, and the layup is good. Here's Seabury. Looking to get downhill. Over to Scott. Now they work it to the wing for three. That one is no good, but Seabury is there working the offensive glass, keeping this possession alive. He's going to drive baseline. Bounce pass to the wing. Three-pointer short. Rebounded by Joes. Here's the long outlet pass. Up ahead to Patterson. Patterson with the right hand left it short, but Gary Alexander is there for the O board. Alexander, the spin move. His layup won't go, but he's fouled. There, you want to talk about some offensive creativity. How about that from Gary Alexander, the spin move to get into the lane.
We saw flashes of Gary last season as he was coming in, and now going to a sophomore year, taking on more responsibility in the offense and making that drive a big bucket at that.
And that forces a timeout, so we'll take one as well. 3:41 left. Back after this on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Back here from Niagara Falls High School. Second half here between Niagara Falls, one of two Niagara Falls teams to suit up today, and St. Joe's. Right now, Joe's at the line to shoot two. It is Gary Alexander. And Joe, you mentioned the flashes. If you're a Marauders fan that you saw from him last year, I mentioned led the team in three-point percentage, also third on the team in field goal percentage among players with 10 or more field goal attempts, shot 47% from the field, 3 points per game. But with all the key departures we mentioned earlier for Joe's, he figures to see a big uptick in minutes and probably a lot of the counting stats as well.
St. Joe's had a long history of great guards. If Gary continues to progress, he could be on his way.
It was a turnover forced by Joe's, and now they're trying to push the pace here in transition. Back to Patterson, over to Alexander. Alexander gets a screen from Liam Horan. Now he'll pull things out here and gets it over to the wing. Now driving inside, the little floater won't go. Tips the rebound to himself, and a foul going to be called against Joe's, much to the chagrin of their bench.
Now we have a delay of game warning against St. Joe's. Looks like both players, Shanklin and I believe it was Feltz that got tangled up. Appears both are okay. Great pressure in the backcourt. Michael Strofsteyer now guarding the ball.
Working against Feltz there. Now spinning inside, layup, good. And here comes Alexander, and he's going to get fouled in the backcourt there. And now Joe's to inbound, nearly forcing the turnover there. They're able to get it up into the front court, now trying to pass it over to the far corner. Difficult pass, and a whistle is blown. Still be Joe's ball here. 2 inbound. They get it in. Now there's the spin baseline and a foul called right there as they got a tug of the jersey as he was making his way to the hoop. Looks like they're going to get Lou Porter here on the grab. And that'll put Liam Horan at the free throw line.
Technical foul coming up here, Tanner, against Niagara Falls, against Lou Porter. The clock has stopped in the last minute of play as well.
All right, you got 2 shots here on the tack. Horan can't knock down the first.
Actually, Tanner, I think it was just an automatic 2-point basket that was added on. And now they're going to do a sideline inbound. A little different here in the Summer League compared to what we're used to seeing, of course, during the winter.
But possession remains with Joe's here. They get it into Alexander. Now here goes Alexander right down Main Street, able to finish with the right hand. Trying to put this one away here is Joe's, but Seabury up into the front court. They'll launch the 3. That one rattles around and drops in, so Niagara Falls certainly not going down without a fight. Here's Alexander up into the front court. He gets fouled as Seabury hits the deck.
Quick programming note, Tanner, to pass along. Our day will continue. Canisius and Nichols and Almont Senior Martin semifinal set to start at 1 p.m. Maybe a little bit before then, but that'll be coming up next. And if this holds, Falls Gold will advance to the consolation bracket, and we'll await their opponent at 2 p.m. over across the hallway in the auxiliary gym.
Gary Alexander able to knock down his first free throw. Second one bounces around and drops in. Now Niagara Falls got to hurry here as Seabury brings it up into the front court. The dribble handoff on the wing, and that one's stolen away by Patterson. Throws it up ahead Alexander, and he'll just dribble this one out here. No, we're not even going to finish the final 21 seconds. They call it ball game right there, so that is it. St. Joe's advances. They beat Niagara Falls Gold here 41-31. And as you mentioned, we've got an Almont Senior Martin semifinal coming up here.
Yeah, St. Joe's advancing to the championship, and now it'll be Canisius taking on Nichols. Niagara Falls Gold looking to bounce back here at 2 o'clock, but we have more basketball ahead.
Absolutely. So stick around. Don't want to miss that. For everybody in our broadcast crew, including camera operator Mario Hall, producer Heidi Gunther, color man Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, saying thank you for listening to this presentation here of the Niagara Falls High School Camp Day on Western New York Athletics. We'll be right back after this.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
welcome you back to Niagara Falls High School, the Wolf Arena, for the Niagara Falls basketball team camp. You're watching live on Western New York Athletics, coming to you from the Cataract City on the last Saturday of July. Big thanks to our sponsors once again: Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. Hi, everyone. Along with Tanner Saunders, I am Joe Kraus. Mario Hall is our camera operator, and Tanner is playing double duty now as our producer and color commentator. And Tanner, we have seen a lot of excitement so far. St. Joe's has advanced to the championship game at 3 p.m. today. They'll wait to take on a Monsieur Martin foe, either Canisius or Nichols. And at 2 p.m., we'll have the 7th place game right here on our main gym. There are games all day long right here on the main gym and across the hallway in the auxiliary gym. We'll wait to see who is playing in the 2 p.m. game. But for right now, Tam, we've seen a lot of action. St. Joe's an impressive win against Niagara Falls Gold. Nichols knocking off Cicero North Syracuse to get here. Canisius knocking off Niagara Falls Blue to get to this point. As we reach the halfway point, what's your thoughts on how we have got to this point?
Oh, it's just been a great day so far. I've seen a lot of exciting games. Our first game, we had a double overtime game between Niagara Falls Gold and Newport, and it's just been exciting to see because I mentioned during one of our previous games, this is an opportunity where you see, some underclassmen, some guys that were maybe on the varsity roster but didn't get a ton of run, or some guys that are on the JV roster looking to get onto the varsity roster this coming season. So it's just a great opportunity for those guys to get some extra reps in, because at the end of the day, you can practice all you want, but it's hard to really replicate live game reps like this. So a good opportunity for some of those young cats to show what they got and kind of sharpen iron sharpens iron, they say. So kind of get things right as we approach this next coming regular season. And we've seen some great talent, some exciting games thus far, and we're looking to keep that going here with these two Monsignor Martin foes.
Canisius and Nichols squared off twice last season. Crusaders won both matchups 74-64 on January 7th, and then a 69-45 win on January 31st. The Crusaders once again won the Manhattan Cup. They knocked off St. Joe's back in early March. Nichols finished in 4th place in Monsignor Martin play as coaches for today's camp. For Nichols in his second year, it is Matt Hartman, a former assistant with Damon University. The Wildcats, great success they have had in as many years. And for Canisius, Kyle Husband is not here, but his longtime man, John Ricotta, is leading the Crusaders in this one, a 2005 graduate with the Crusaders and now in his 13th year on the sidelines with the Crusaders, and he said he enjoys giving back to the program. But before we get into the game really quick, as we go to our other slide, Tanner, as you see in the top right corner of your screen, there is a QR code. It should be there in just a moment, but as we have been saying all day, Western New York Athletics, the store is open now through Wednesday, July 30th. That is where you can get all of your Western. Trying to get the QR code back up. You can visit the website, WNY, this is all one word, WNYathletics2025.itemorder.com. Again, that will be through Wednesday, July 30th at 11:59 p.m. We are underway. Canisius and Nichols, Summer League action here in Western New York. The Crusaders and the Vikings, as a 3-ball on the way is good for TJ Askew from beyond the arc, and that is how Canisius will start this one.
Nice little off-ball screen there. Looked like it was Andre Foster who set up the screen there for TJ Askew to get him the top of the key three, and he knocks it down for the game's first points.
Crusaders returning 6 starters from a year ago that won 22 games as Trey Pulfrey is short on the wing, fighting for the board but can't secure it. Along the baseline was Julian Fontaneda, and now possession goes to Canisius.
Trey Pulfrey just trying to do a little ISO ball there, sizing up his defender on the wing. Got a good look on the jump shot, just unable to knock it down, but that's not a shot he misses too often. This is a guy that averaged just shy of 22 points a game last season to lead the team.
Now, on the drive. 3 ball on the way, just in and out. And here come the Vikings going right to left on your dial. We have two 16-minute halves, a running clock until the last minute of each half. There'll only be a bonus for fouls when a team gets to 10, as this will be a travel on Justin Benning of the Vikings. Also for the overtime, as we mentioned, how we started our day, if it needs to go to overtime, there'll be a 2-minute overtime, and if it's still tied after the 2 minutes, it will be the winner with the first basket converted. It was Aquarius Seabury with the game-winning free throw to help Niagara Falls goal knock off Newport 46-45 in overtime this morning. Loose ball rebound in transition, a quick swing, Palfrey just in and out. Here come the Crusaders once again.
That was a nice bounce pass to get it ahead to Palfrey, and he took one dribble to try and create some space between him and Foster, but unable to do so. Now on the other end, you got a foul called against Nichols here on the drive.
Baseline inbound coming up.
Canisius seems to think they're shooting free throws. They are. And that one no good.
Yeah, so here is, looks like Christian Gill at the line. Can't convert both. And here come the Vikings. Palfrey at the point. Bounce pass to the corner. This is Benning. Now cross-court pass. Andrew Beback fires. He gets it, a bounce off the glass and in.
He had a cutter going to the rim there, but he decided he liked the wing triple better, and it looks like he made the right decision there as he knocks it down to tie things up.
Christian Gill at the point, a quick swing over to Askew, and he gets the bounce to go in, his second triple of the day.
And that time they just work it around the perimeter, get to the corner, and TJ Askew, he's got the hot hand right now. He's got 2 shots, 2 threes, 2 makes.
6-3 our score. As a 3-ball on the right wing is good, nothing but net for Trey Palfrey. Palfrey continuing to execute beyond the arc.
And you just can't leave as talented a shooter as that much space. They say hand down, man down. He saw that there was some space there to get the triple off. He launches and he hits.
Gill, a quick pass over. Now stepping in, here's Jack Cullinan, just short. And now here's Andrew Beback. Beback scans the field, or the court, swings to Palfrey on the baseline. Spins in, fading away, just short offensive board, and it goes in for Julian Fontaneda, his second bucket here.
That was a nice job there by Fontaneda. He's got some size down there to deal with Andre Foster, but he just fights for the offensive rebound, gets the putback, and now on the other end, Foster.
Big bucket for Andre Foster. Count the basket for the senior. Big bucket for Andre Foster, one of the returnees looking to emerge here. Just 4.5 points and just over 3 rebounds a year ago, but now stepping into the lineup projected for next year. Can't get the free throw to go, but we're tied at 8.
This past season, he was the backup for Patrick Enright, but lost him to graduation. So now Foster probably going to be the primary big. And you'd like to see that if you're the Canisius Crusaders there, handling the ball on the perimeter and able to score off the dribble. Not something you see often from big men. So nice job right there by Andre Foster, putting the ball on the deck, drawing the foul, unable to hit the free throw, but still, that's an encouraging sign for the Crusaders.
On the drive is Palfrey. So pump fake from Benning now. Benning steps in, looks to his right, bounce pass to Beback. Beback swings over to a cutting Benning inside, just can't get it to go. It was last touched by the Crusaders on the baseline. So looked like it was off of Jack Cullinan, so this will stay here with just over 10 minutes and ticking left in the first half.
And now you see the impact defensively there of Andre Foster. They had the cutter going to the rim there, did Nichols, but then just the size of Foster definitely altered that shot.
Okay, now Nichols going to the free throw line with Andrew Beback getting ready to step up. Nichols Vikings all time with 4 Manhattan Cup victories, won their very first in 2007. They bounced around in different leagues. They were a longtime member of the Niagara Frontier League, especially during the Christian Leitner days. They would take on teams like North Tonawanda. With 4 Manhattan Cups, the first in 2007, the last in 2016. We get a free throw, and we're back to a 2-point lead. Here comes Canisius. SQ fires in the right corner, too strong this time. It's bad around and out of bounds. Last touched by Jack Cullinan. 2-point game with 8:50 and ticking to go. 10-8 our score. Nichols in front. Wolfray breaking through the pressure, has the open space, a quick pass on the baseline, nice reverse. Julian Fontaneda draws the contact, and he'll go to the line.
They try to bring out the full court press there was Canisius, but when you have a guy that's as fast as Trey Palfrey, he's able to just break right through it, and then it essentially becomes a 2-on-1. Andre Foster trying to guard both Trey Palfrey as well as Fontaneda, and Palfrey made the dish at the last second to Fontaneda, and he's unable to finish, but he gets the 2 free throw attempts, misses the first.
Canisius making a couple quick substitutions, including the guard Cameron Schuster, as a free throw is good for Fontaneda, and now Nichols leads by a score 11-8. Pressure along the baseline. Cameron Schuster now running the point. Schuster crosses left. It's a quick handoff. Swings over to Askew. Askew on the drive. Nice move, just short. Foster inside. Can't get it to go through the contact and a foul over the back call against Foster. Going up 1-on-1 against Mitch Masello.
And again, Foster just having an impact on this game. We've seen him score off the dribble, his defense being able to affect shots, and then gets the contest there, but it doesn't matter.
Justin Benning with the big 3-pointer. Nichols now leads by 6. Here is Schuster. Off of the shoe and out of bounds. It should be. It was off of the shoe of Trey Palfrey. And now it is Nichols' ball. Vikings quickly up the floor. Here's Benning on the right wing. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half. Spinning inside. Masiello kicked out, but a 3-second violation called against the Vikings.
Now, unfortunate there for Nichols, the 3-second violation, but that was a nice job by Masiello. Spins inside, draws the help defender, and has the vision to kick it out there, but unfortunately it's a 3-second violation for them, and now Canisius back at it on the other end.
Baseline jumper on the way for Schuster, just won't go. Rebound tracked down by the Nichols Vikings. 14 wins a year ago, trying to build off it in year 2 with head coach Matt Hartman at the helm. As Cullinan crosses right. Jack Cullinan swings over. Back inside, the low pass to Schuster. Schuster gets the contact. He wanted the basket, but he will go to the free throw line.
It was a nice play there. It looked like Cullinan set the screen and then just did the little short roll to the mid-range and then was able to bounce it over to Schuster, and he goes up for the shot and gets fouled.
While we have a moment, be sure to visit Western New York Athletics. We are currently streaming the Niagara Falls team camp on our X YouTube and Facebook pages, but be sure to visit our website, wnyathletics.com. We have a lot more exciting events coming up as we get closer to the start of the new school year. Section 6 in Monsignor more in action. We'll have more announcements on that soon. And again, as we said, be sure to visit the team store for all the merchandise through Wednesday. Free throw is good. Canisius cuts the deficit to 5. Trey Polfrey. Polfrey moves to his right. Quick pressure. Nichols resets. Again, there's no shot clock here. As Polfrey on the drive, and he will go to the line. So far, Tanner, compared to what we have seen in our earlier games, a lot of free throws here for both Nichols and Canisius.
Absolutely. Both of these teams prioritizing trying to get into the paint, get those paint points. And Palfrey doing what he does there is able to get to the baseline and rise up. He's just a tough shot taker and oftentimes tough shot maker. Couldn't get that one to go, but you'll take the next best thing, drawing the foul.
Palfrey adds more free throws, knocks down both. Nichols now up 16-9. On the drive, a big block inside for Masiello. Ball is loose, and the Vikings are in transition. Swinging over is Benning. He is pressured. A jump ball is called. Substitutions now coming in for the Vikings. Oakley Adams and Matt Travers. Travers, the big man on your screen, wearing number 30. Adams, the guard, wearing number 2. Masiello moves to his left. Ball is loose. It's checked down by Canisius, and then it's thrown right back to the Vikings. Vikings lead by a score of 16-9 as on the drive, count the basket for Drew Bennett getting on the score sheet.
Nice job there by Drew Bennett, just able to get downhill on his own. Didn't need a screen or anything like that. Was just able to hit a little cross there and get downhill. And he gets fouled, has a chance to complete the three-point play here.
Free throw won't go. Score now Nichols in front, 18-9. 3-ball on the way, just won't go for the Crusaders that time. Masiello on the drive, just won't go. Too much English. Calling in the long outlet pass and losing control of it that time was Demario Badger, one of the juniors.
Well, they had a bit of a 2-on-1 developing there in transition, but that pass just a little bit too low with the feet of the intended target there, and then ultimately goes out of bounds off of Canisius.
Thompson trying to create some space. He is fouled in the backcourt. So we're under 2 minutes left in this first half. Masiello swings out to Adams. Now on the right wing, Travers going inside on the right block. It's short. The tip and won't go for Thompson. Then batted out. Nichols will try again as we're approaching the final minute of this first half. Drew Bennett on the inbound, getting ready to go for his senior campaign. Now Thompson. Now Adams. Back inside to Bennett against the double team. Bennett recovers, kicks out to the wing. Stepping, firing is Thompson. It's way offline. Here comes Canisius. Long outlet pass. On the drive, free throws are coming.
Just nice job there on the drive. Handful of defenders there that he had to fend with for Nichols, but able to go up strong through the contact, draw the foul there, and have a chance to add 2.
Christian Gill is short on the first attempt. Can't get the second one to go either. Offensive board for Canisius. It is kicked out. Back to Gill in the corner. Along the baseline. J.J. Cullinan looks. Now on the drive. To the corner. 3 ball on the way. It's good. A big basket for the Crusaders.
And it all started off of an offensive rebound on the free throw. Sometimes it just comes down to the fundamentals. You got to box out on those free throws. Canisius able to get the offensive rebound, swing it around the perimeter, and generate an open 3 from the corner.
Great hustle from Badger. But possession will go to Nichols. A little skirmish just past the volleyball line. And now a timeout taken by Nichols with 17.2 seconds remaining in the first half. As we'll take a moment, again, just to let you know what's coming up later this afternoon. The winner of this contest will take on St. Joe's in the championship game at 3 p.m. But coming up for a 2 p.m. start, unless things get changed or moved up, of course, it'll be the 7th place game. When we started our previous game between Niagara Falls Gold and St. Joe's in the consolation bracket, it was Newport Cheektowaga against Niagara Falls Blue and Cicero North Syracuse. So those two teams, the winners will move to the consolation championship game at 3 p.m. The losers will advance to the 7th place game in the main gym. So we'll find out when they walk into the gym. But we have a couple games left here for the Niagara Falls team camp on Western New York Athletics.
These games, they move by awful quick. You blink your eyes and you're already about 2 minutes left in the second half. Obviously, with the two 16-minute running clocks, now you take about a 2-minute halftime, so they're able to get them over and done with fairly quickly here.
Here's a steal for Christian Gill, and the basket's good. Crusaders on a 5-0 swing, trying to get another basket. The bounce pass to Gill, it's swatted inside. A great heads-up play from Matt Chambers defensively to end the first half. Nichols still in front, 18-14. But Canisius, as I was saying, on a 5-0 swing, couple big plays from Christian Gill to cut this deficit to 4. Tanner, your quick thoughts before we go to break.
Wow, that defense there from Canisius, they get the steal on the inbound, results in a layup for Christian Gill on the other end, and then able to jump another pass that was telegraphed. So Canisius defensively, you love to see that. A couple big plays there before halftime, and I'm sure they're going to want to keep that defensive intensity going here as we enter the second half.
So we'll step aside for a halftime break and come back with more on Western New York Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
And welcome back to Niagara Falls High School. Joe Kraus and Tanner Saunders with you. Mario Hall is our camera operator. Big thanks to Heidi Gunther, who's helping us out this morning as our producer as we get ready for the start of the second half as Andre Foster getting those last couple free throws in for the Crusaders, who trailed the Nichols Vikings 18-14. As we come out of halftime, Tanner, your thoughts, if you're Coach Ricotta, if you're Coach Hartman, what's the game plan in the last 16 minutes of play?
Well, Canisius, you'd like to see them continue with that defensive intensity that we saw to end the first half. They're able to generate a couple steals there and turn one of them into a fast break bucket on the other end. So keeping defense, or turning defense into offense, I should say, for Canisius. And then for Nichols, you want to limit that. You want to take care of the basketball. We saw, on the inbound and then right in front of us here, a pass that was telegraphed and stolen. You want to be able to take better care of the basketball and not allow Canisius the chance to turn defense into offense. But definitely for both of these teams, they've made it a point of emphasis to try and be aggressive, attack the paint, and, if you got the open shooter, kick it out. So I'm sure we'll see some of that here from both teams as we continue to move our way along in this one.
Foster, now Gill. Uses a screen from the big man. Gill on the drive, finds the open space. It's good, and make it now a 7-0 run for the Crusaders, and now a one-possession game.
He gets the Foster screen on the wing and then turns on the athleticism, is able to knife to the rim, and then the nice soft touch. And on the other end, how about the step back J there?
Justin Benning with another big bucket for the Vikings, who was held scoreless in their game earlier today against Cicero North Syracuse. Gets the bucket, and now a travel against the Crusaders. Nichols advancing to this game with a 31-25 win against the North Stars, who made the trip from Central New York. Canisius knocked off Niagara Falls Blue this morning to get to the semifinals. Out on the wing, big three-pointer just won't go for Benning. Loose ball, rebound for Palfrey. Spinning inside the defense, he gets the pass off. The extra pass going to Fontaneda, who is fouled and will head to the charity stripe. Really been impressed so far, Tanner, with the quick passing from the Vikings inside.
Oh, for sure. And on that particular possession there, it all started. You see the gravity that Palfrey has. He drives from the near wing, kicks it over to the far wing there to Justin Benning. He misses the three, but then who's there for the long offensive rebound? Palfrey, and then he's able to get inside. He dishes to Masiello, and then Masiello dishes it off there. Just some nice big-to-big passing from a low block to low block there, and it results in the foul. It was Fontaneda that was fouled.
And after the free throws, there was a violation as well. So here comes Canisius once again. Christian Gill, the junior, running the point, uses a screen, kicks out. Askew fires for three, just won't go this time. Rebound on the baseline. It is saved by the Vikings. Heads-up play from Mitch Masiello. He is now at the point. Masiello crosses left, spins to his right. Floater on the way, just in and out. Offensive board for Fontaneda. It is good. Another big play for King Julian, and the Vikings are up by 6. Jack Cullinan trying to respond for the Crusaders. He draws the contact.
And again, it's the two bigs causing problems for Canisius right now, Masiello and Fontaneda. Masiello was able to spin into the lane, went up with the right hand, couldn't hit it, but then Fontaneda there for the offensive rebound. Canisius has got to figure out a way to slow those two down.
Foster swings out. Jack Cullinan, the open three, just in and out. Nichols in transition, going left to right in the second half, as Benning could not secure the pass. Tight defense from Gill on the wing.
Again, trying to get it up the floor quickly. Palfrey with the long pass there to Benning, and he fumbles it out of bounds. Again, that's one of those turnovers that you're trying to avoid here if you're Nichols.
Foster on the drive. Left side layup is good. Big bucket for the big fella. It's back to a 4-point deficit.
And again, Andre Foster showing his prowess of scoring off the dribble for a 5-man.
Andrew B. back. Slides up from the corner. Quick swing to Justin Benning. And we have a foul against Canisius. Just over 12 minutes and ticking as Drew Bennett returns for the Nichols Vikings. Vikings with 8 returnees. We have seen most of them play here in this team camp. Bennett on the baseline. Tracked down by Masiello. Masiello turns to his left. A backdoor pass to Palfrey on the baseline. And he slides out. Tight defense from Gill again. Palfrey on the run. And Trey Palfrey will go to the line shooting free throws.
And that's just a tough take there from Palfrey. Able to spin his way inside. Sees two, but still goes up strong with the right hand. Able to draw the contact. and he will head to the line here for a chance at 2.
Big thanks again to our sponsors, including Empire Electric. For all your electrical services and upgrades, call 716-634-0330 or visit empireelectric.com. And by Wing Nuts of Buffalo, 4600 Genesee Street in Cheektowaga, located inside the Buffalo Airport Hotel. Wing Wednesday is their big deal. For $1 each, you can enjoy your favorite Buffalo wing. Check out their website at wingnutsbuffalo.com. A 3-ball attempted by Cameron Schuster, and now Canisius will be at the line shooting 3.
Schuster there fouled on the closeout. And he has a chance, if he can knock down all 3, to bring it back down to a 1-possession game.
Canisius has had a lot of success. We mentioned that they won the Manhattan Cup this past year, and we went through the archives earlier this week. They have won a total of 22 Manhattan Cups, the first one all the way back in 1952. The first Manhattan Cup winner was St. Francis over St. Joe's 35-32 way back in 1948. Canisius with 22 total. And Schuster, this is the free throw. Here's Nichols in transition. Bodies collide. Offensive foul going against Andrew Eback. And we have a charge, Tanner, here in Summer League.
Yeah, we sure do. And Palfrey, one thing about him, whenever he gets the ball, he's always got his eyes up the floor. He's always looking to try and push the pace and get the ball up ahead of play. And that time he got it to his man there, but we have the charge draw on the offensive foul.
Badger creates space to the open Schuster. 3-ball, no. Rebound by Beback. Now Palfrey in transition. Nichols over the timeline. On the run, creating contact. The shot is short for Masiello. Mitch gets it right back, and he scores this time. Nichols now up by 7. 25-18 with just over 9 minutes left. Foster can't secure the pass, running out of real estate. So 25-18 Tanner now with Nichols in front. Really just continue to click on all cylinders.
And Canisius trying to hit Joe's there with Nichols with a taste of their own medicine. The long outlet pass trying to get things ahead of the pack there, but a little too strong in the pass to Foster. And then Masiello. Boy, I've been impressed with him, Joe. I tell you what, he's the 5-man pretty much for them essentially, but he's playing like a guard out there.
Okay, there's a 3-pointer for Cameron Schuster, and the Crusaders trail by 4. Be back at the point. Scanning the floor. 1-on-1 against Schuster. Now Bennett. Trying to get the cutting missile inside. It's deflected by Badger. And now a timeout off of the pressure. A timeout Nichols with 8:06 left to play. We'll step aside as well. We'll be right back in just a moment from Niagara Falls on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
And we welcome you back. 8:06 left in the second half of play. Nichols leads Canisius 25-21. Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, Mario Hall with you. As another big bucket for Mitch Masiello expands the Vikings lead to 6. Canisius trying to respond. Kick to the corner. Jack Cullinan dead on. A big shot for the Crusaders. Pressure once again along the baseline. Able to spread out is Andrew Beback. He swings it out. Left corner 3 for Bennett is on. And Nichols now leads by 6. Christian Gill running the point. Gill swings to his left. Calling in. Now Badger. Jack calling in. Getting pressured again. Now Gill. 7:20 and ticking left in the second half. Gill on the right corner. Gill sliding into the paint, putting up the shot. It is short. A board inside for Jack Conan. It's good to go. Big bucket for the Crusaders, who now trail 30-26. Trey Polfrey now running the point. Polfrey scans the floor. 1-on-1 against JJ Cullinan. Now the quick pass. Masiello spins out to Bennett, firing for three, and it's good. Back-to-back three-pointers for Drew Bennett, and the Vikings lead by 7.
And again, it's Masiello there. They run the pick and roll with him and Palfrey. Palfrey gets it to him on the roll, and then the defense has to collapse, and he finds his hot shooter on the wing for the three.
Gill can't respond. Nichols up the floor. To the corner. Now back to Palfrey. Spinning. It's a steal for Andre Foster. Foster up the floor with Thompson on his tail. Foster fading away. Shot hits the side of the backboard, but Schuster gets the putback. A big one once again for Canisius, who calls a timeout with 6:10 to play. 33-28. Nichols leads Canisius. We'll step aside for another short break and come right back on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
.610 left to play in regulation. 5-point game. Winner advances to face St. Joe's in the championship at 3 p.m. Thompson now to the corner. Bennett on the drive. The hot hand, a pair of three-pointers in the last 3 minutes or so. Now it's Palfrey. Standing at the logo of Niagara Falls High School, the Wolverines celebrating 25 years as a program. Palfrey on the drive. Kicks on out. Here's Thompson, the open man from deep. It's short. The offensive board spinning away, and it's good for Matt Travers, the big man inside.
They set a double screen there for Palfrey at the top of the key. One rolled to the rim and one popped out for three. He hit the one that popped out for three. He couldn't knock down the shot, but then the offensive rebound and stick back, and now you got a three from the corner on the other end.
Big play for the Crusaders. We're down to a 4-point game. Palfrey against Jack Cullinan. Inside, Wild pass the steal for TJ Askew. Hand off to Gill. Gill, cross-court pass. Foster on the drive. He is fouled from behind with 4:48 in ticking.
Again, the willingness of Andre Foster as the center, not afraid to put the ball on the deck and try and drive and score off the dribble. That time he doesn't get the bucket, but he does draw the foul. When you have a five-man that can do that, it opens up so much for your offense.
Down to a 3-point game, 35-32 after the first make. Foster knocks down the second. 35-33. Trey Palfrey running the point. The senior gets the hand off to Thompson. Thompson crosses right, swings up to Travers. Now on the wing, back to Palfrey. Bennett on the drive, splitting the defense, and he will go to the line to shoot two.
Bennett able to just get right downhill there, and Foster trying to block that shot, but commits the foul there instead. So that'll put
Now,
I thought I was going to say they would put Bennett on the foul line, but I guess they're going to say the foul is on the floor.
baseline inbound. Instead, the ball goes to Bennett, one of 8 returners for the Vikings for this upcoming season. Ballfrey at the point. 1-on-1 against Jack Cullinan. Quick swing. Now over to Travers. Travers, the backdoor bounce pass to Palfrey. Back against the basket. Now he swings up top to Bennett. It's back to Palfrey. 2:55 and ticking to go. The winner faces St. Joe's in our championship game later today. Palfrey on the drive. Spinning against Foster. He puts up the underhand, won't go. It's a rebound. Canisius up the floor. Calling it. Swings out to Foster. The 3 ball in the corner just won't go, but the rebound and basket good for Jack Cullinan. But we are tied at 35.
Jack Cullinan now a couple offensive rebound scorers in this second half. Hit a 3-pointer earlier, but he's been able to make some plays down in the paint as well, get some offensive rebounds and putbacks.
Nichols making 3 quick substitutions. Bennett and Palfrey stay on the floor. Palfrey at the point. Waiting for the screen. He gets it. Back inside. The shot is short. Pressure inside the paint. Here's Foster. Canisius in transition. Tied at 35. Gill on the drive. Free throws should be coming up for the Crusaders.
Christian Gill, he's been impressive today. He might be the smallest guy on the floor, but he is a very able and willing driver. When he puts his head down and wants to get to the rim, he can do so. He's done it a couple times in this game. That time he's able to do it on the transition. Couldn't finish the bucket, but knocks down the first free throw.
Christian Gill, the point guard for the Crusaders, only a junior. One of the 6 returnees for the Crusaders coming back to the fold. Can't get the second to go. Loose ball tracked down by Nichols. Vikings had a big lead. And now trailing 36-35. Bounce pass over. Now Bennett. Inside. Deflected out of bounds. We're going to stay on the baseline. Nichols ball.
And they had Bennett there on the cut to the rim, but that pass deflected and knocked out of bounds. So they'll have another chance at it here with just under 50 seconds remaining. Will Nichols.
Here's the inbound. Fontaine, a little pump fake. Now Palfrey. He backtracks. Down to 40 seconds left. Palfrey awaiting the screen. Gets the bounce pass to Masiello. He spins. It's out to Bennett. Bennett on the drive. The feed goes back inside to Fontaneda. Kicks a couple bounces out. A rebound for Foster. Last 20 seconds of the contest, and Gill is fouled. And the clock has stopped with about 20.6 ticks to go.
Hey, 5-4, 5-4. How many? 10. How many we have? Let's take Andre real fast. Let's go. Face guard, clear the ball.
Sideline inbound. Now Foster, who is fouled.
I want to say we got 2 as a timeout's called here with 17 seconds left, 18 to be exact, 0.6. I was just about to say 2 very skilled offensive big men we've seen in this game with Andre Foster for Canisius and Mitch Masiello for Nichols. I've been impressed with their ability, both of them, to put the ball on the floor, not afraid to, try and score off the dribble. And Masiello, his passing, he's a very gifted passing big, I will say. Whether he spins into the paint or out of the pick and roll, being able to make passes out of the short roll, been very impressed with what I've seen from him.
So we got about 18.6 ticks left. 1-point game. Canisius clawing back to take this 1-point lead. If you're Coach Harmon, Coach Ricotta, what's maybe the thought process here as we get down the stretch? And fouls to give, I should say. Nichols with 7, Canisius with only 4.
Well, if you're Nichols, ideally, if you can get a score and a bucket on the other end, that would be ideal. But assuming you can't get the turnover off the inbounds play, obviously you got to foul, put them on the free throw line, and then at that point, depending on how many free throws they make, you have a chance to tie or take the lead. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, see if they can force a turnover.
Foul against Benning. Down to 17.7 seconds to go. Crusaders will try again. As Cole Frederick got the inbound. Frederick with a couple big plays as well for the Crusaders here today. One of the seniors, 4 of them competing in the team camp. Now Gill is pressured by Benning. Another foul against Benning. We're down to just over 15 seconds left. So Nichols, I should say, they're now at the 10 foul limit for the bonus. Canisius only at 4. Christian Gill back at the free throw line. That's the first to roll in. He will stay at the line for one more. Gill knocks down both. And the Crusaders now lead by 3 as we have 15.2 ticks left. Nichols has called a timeout. And Tanner, as we said, Nichols was cooking early on in this contest. They got the nice plays from Paul Frey and Bennett, a couple big 3-pointers. But how did Canisius turn the tide here to take this late 3-point lead?
I think their defense, mostly being able to force some turnovers. They've gotten some hot 3-point shooting as well. Jack Cullinan knocked one down, and then he made a couple nice plays down low, battling amongst the bigs to get some offensive rebounds and putbacks. But now, if you're Nichols, you're down 3 here with 15 seconds left. I think coming out of this timeout here, the play I'd be drawing up, I think you got to put your you got to go to your best play. The Paul Free Masiello pick and roll. Put your 2 best players in the pick and roll and see what happens. See if Paul Free can create a shot for himself off the screen or let Masiello make a play out of the short roll. I think that's what you got to do here if you're Nichols. Well, the first order of business is getting it into the front court off the inbound here, which they're able to do. But now we'll see if they can get into a set here.
Another timeout from Nichols. The clock down to 11 seconds. It was a good inbound to Mitch Masiello. And then Nichols was able to call a timeout. Both teams now indicated by our official with 1 timeout remaining. As again, while we have a quick moment, we've been telling you all day, be sure to visit our team store, West York Athletics store, by typing in WNY Athletics 2025.itemorder.com. We had a QR code earlier as well, but again, if you go online and type in all one word, WNY Athletics 2025.itemorder.com. We have t-shirts, we have long sleeve crews, fleece pullovers, polo shirts as we're rocking here today inside the Wolf Arena, and the team store will close Wednesday, July 30th at 11:59 p.m. Back to the action. Palfrey on the drive. We have another foul called it was called at the 8-second mark, so they're going to have to put time back on here, Tanner, as there was a foul called. Not sure if anyone heard the initial whistle due to all of the excitement here, but the clock is back to 8 seconds. Canisius leads Nichols 38-35.
And they got Palfrey situated on the baseline. Maybe get him running off a screen.
He has the ball in his hands. Palfrey fires up the shot just in and out. Jack Coleman with the rebound. They'll dribble the ball out to close. A tight one. But the Canisius Crusaders advance to our championship game, a final score of 38-35. And at 3 p.m., it'll be an All-Monsignor Martin Championship at the Niagara Falls Team Camp St. Joe's against Canisius. But we'll have another game coming up here in just a few minutes. But Tanner, before we sign off, your thoughts on this game and another back and forth affair between the two Monsignor Martin programs.
Yeah, another close one. We've had many of these games today have delivered in terms of being memorable, close games. Unfortunately for Nichols, they come out on the short end of the stick here. That last possession looked a little disjointed there. Palfrey came running up off the baseline. Looked like a little confusion there, trying to set a screen for him. He was forced to take a tough contested J there. He is a tough shot taker and maker, but that time it didn't fall, and congratulations to Canisius as they're heading on to the next round. But again, another exciting game for us, so we can't complain either way.
Absolutely. So we're going to step aside for a few minutes. So wait, our next game, it is for 7th place in the Niagara Falls team camp. But for right now, big thanks again to our camera operator, Mario Hall, and Tanner Saunders, our color guy and producer for this one. I'm Joe Kraus. We thank you all for tuning in on West York Athletics. We'll be right back after this.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Seek your next adventure. Make your next memory. Explore your next connection. What will you do next?
And we welcome you back to the Wolf Arena, Niagara Falls High School, as we continue the Wolverines team camp coverage. Western New York Athletics are sponsors once again. Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus of Buffalo, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. Welcome back. This is our 7th place game between Niagara Falls Blue, wearing their 716 United jerseys, and the Cheektowaga Chargers, wearing the red and black. Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, Mario Hall back with you as Cheektowaga gets the first basket to go from Naftali Seamau, a junior. Here comes Niagara Falls Blue, kicked to the left corner. 3 ball on the way. It is short. And then a putback inside for the Wolverines. 2-2 is our score. Chargers looking to drive. It's kicked in. And then a violation is called on the baseline.
Mike, let's go. Find yours. Come on, need to wait, Need to wait for the rebound for you. Mike, get in the gap now. Get in the gap now. Mike, forget.
Side it 2. Asa Alec kicks out.
Run.
Chargers are in transition, and the basket is good for Abdi Sadiq.
Well, that was a nice job by Sadiq there in transition. He had 2 running with him in lockstep, 1 on each side. He faked the pass to his right side to open up some room for the shot, and then a 3-pointer on the other end.
Making our score 5-4.
What's open? Stop. You're not open.
Then a blown whistle.
Stop. You're not open.
Now Jordan Graham comes in for Brandon Sumter for Cheektowaga.
Shot is short. Rebound tracked down. Here is Cannon Dotson going inside and count the basket for Cannon. Niagara Falls suiting up 2 teams in the tournament today, as Pioneer, due to some injuries, had to bow out. So head coach Carlos Bradbury and the program divided up the players. It's a nice mixture of those that will be on JV and varsity. They're getting the reps here in the summertime, as Dotson gets the free throw to go. The Wolverines are up 8-4. Then it leads to a steal as Bishop Palmer in transition, finding his teammate to make it a 10-4 game. Chargers looking to respond, and it is a nice response from this Tali Seamount. 10-6 is our score. Along the baseline, it is good to go. 12-6 is our score. Here's Sadiq. It leads to a steal in transition, and the basket is good once again.
Seen a lot of these teams are very fond of those get-ahead passes in transition, and that time it's executed to perfection there by Niagara Falls.
Cutting through defense, the shot is short. Palmer fighting on defense. Bishop Palmer, who played with Niagara Falls Gold this morning, now wearing his yellow number 3 shirt for Team Blue. Chargers making a couple of substitutions. Minor coming up after the conclusion of this game. It's supposed to be a 3 p.m. start, but we might move up closer depending on the action going on in the auxiliary gym between Newport and Cicero North Syracuse. It's going to be the championship game to close out our day in the main gym, St. Joe's against Canisius. Chargers working on the baseline. Now Jordan Graham, the junior, puts up the shot, and Graham will go to the line.
Nice little hop step there to get himself closer to the basket there by Jordan Graham, and as he's going up for the shot, gets ripped on there, so he'll have a chance for 2 shots here.
Chargers went 14-7 last season, 9-1 in ECIC 3 play. Head coach Mario Rhodes going into his 5th year with the program. Chargers lost to Pioneer 59-46 in the Section 6 Class A1 quarterfinal. Chargers lost 11 players in the offseason, 9 seniors and 2 transfers, including Jerome Shanklin, who transferred to St. Joe's. But the Chargers looking for that energy going into the new season. Pass is deflected out. Sean Montgomery with a tight defense for the Wolverines. Now on the drive, it's a quick cross. Here's Sadiq. Handoff to DJ McClure. Now it's back to Sadiq. Cross court pass, a little high, and a Chargers turnover. So as we said, Tanner, Chargers is trying to rebuild their chemistry. Again, you've seen a lot of teams. We've seen the Buffalo Bills, of course, do it as you're wearing the Bills merchandise. But how long does it take? What do you look for as teams try to rebuild, if you will?
Well, when you have this much roster turnover, obviously it's not going to happen overnight. Luckily, they do have 3 returners on the roster that are playing in this game with Brandon Sumter, Abdi Sadiq, and Neftali Simau. All of them got role player minutes last year, but are likely going to see a large uptick in minutes this year. And they also have some underclassmen that aren't with them today that will have a chance to make an impact this coming season. They're going to be a very young group next year, given they lost 9 seniors to graduation. You mentioned 2 transfers, one of them being their leading scorer, Jerome Shanklin, from a season ago, averaged just shy of 16 points a game. But just to put it into perspective here, Joe, as a team last year, they averaged 67.9 points per game as a team. The seniors that they are losing just to graduation accounted for 50.5 of those 67.9 points per game. So, it's not gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take some time. They have a lot of work to do, but obviously, a young group, they're gonna learn together, they're gonna gel together, and you can only imagine that as time goes on and the more reps they get, the more dangerous they're gonna become. But there's gonna be some growing pains given the amount of roster turnover and the amount of young talent that's on this team.
He did have a injury going against Cheektowaga. The player is shaking up on the floor right now, getting attended to Coach Rhodes. The clock has stopped here, Tanner, at 9:21 left in the first half.
And you hate to see that. Obviously, these teams are coming out here playing hard, giving it everything they got, but that's the last thing you want to see. At the end of the day, they are exhibition games, even though these teams are going to come out here and play like their regular season games, postseason games. So they're gonna give it all they got. But that's the last thing you want to see is a player go down to injury in an exhibition game.
Neftali Simau able to get up and get some assistance from his head coach, Mario Rhodes, as Simau heads over to the sideline.
Appeared in 17 games last year. He's one of those role players, if you will, from a season ago. Averaged 2 points a game, shot 40% from the field, 26.7 from downtown, 2 of 4 from the free throw line, and luckily he's able to walk off under his own power.
So after the injury timeout, 3 ball on the way for the Wolverines won't go. It's batted out. Here comes Sadiq. Chargers going left to right in this first half. Sadiq looking for a teammate to hand off to the senior, Brandon Sumter. Sumter on the drive, and it's stolen away by the Wolverines. Catino Woods, a transition up to his teammate, and it's good to go.
Again, we've seen them do that a couple times now. The long get-ahead pass in transition. Good job forcing the turnover on the other end. And then the presence of mind to get out ahead of the play in transition results in an easy deuce the other way.
Well, pump fake, a 3 ball won't go for Graham. Here come the Wolverines. Bishop Palmer swings out. A wild pass and a turnover. Nico Nash now checks in for the Chargers. So we have just over 8 minutes left of the first half. Pressure in the backcourt. Good hustle from Graham. Timeout called by the Chargers. Will step aside as well. With 7:50 left in the first half. More action from the Cataract City in just a moment on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Cheektowaga called a timeout as we resume play. Crossing over, Jazir Gibson. Now a jumper is online for Asa Alec. And Team Blue from Niagara Falls High School has a 10-point lead. 18-8 is our score.
That was a nice, confident shot right there. Just one dribble pull-up, gets to the mid-range, and then on the other end, driving in, Jordan Graham draws the contact.
So Jordan Graham knocks down the basket. Free throw too strong. And here come the Wolverines. Wolverines in the backcourt. 3-ball on the way. It's good to go.
Looked like he wanted to drive there initially, but then realized, oh, there's nobody in front of me. I should probably take this three, and did.
A loose ball. Little tangle up. And possession goes to Cheektowaga. Sumter getting pressured again. Sumter kicks out to Nash. Now Graham. And we have a foul on the wing.
Yep, the pump fake there got the defender to fly by a little bit, and then as Graham was going in on the drive, got grabbed there. Easy call for the official.
Loose ball going up. A steal at a bucket for Jazir Gibson.
That's just great hustle there by Gibson, and got a couple of players getting tripped up there.
Defense continues for the Wolverines. A 3-ball on the wing. Asa Alec knocks down the shot, and now he is a little gimpy as we have a timeout called by Cheektowaga. Just over 5 minutes left in the first half. We'll step aside as well. You're watching the Niagara Falls basketball team camp on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Cheektowaga calling a second timeout. So we still have 5 minutes left and ticking here in the first half as the Chargers trying to go inside. Now a baseline pass coming up. Jordan Graham on the baseline. Now kicking out, just in and out, a tip in, still fighting. It's Sadiq. And the ball is tracked down by the Wolverines. In transition, Woods gets a pass on the baseline and another nice move. Christian Archie with the action.
Wow, what a finish that was. Kind of Houdini-esque there. Now you see him, now you don't. Was able to spin on the baseline there, get his way to the rim and finishes.
Back inside, McClure through the contact. And a foul is coming up.
Nicely done there by DJ McClure. They got it to him in the high post there, kind of towards the elbow, and he was able to spin his way into the paint there and draw the foul.
DJ McClure at the line. Going to our notes, the Cheektowaga program has won 3 Section 6 championships in program history. They won combined with JFK in 1971 and 1975, and then they won the A2 crown back in 2021. As McClure, too much on the free throws, a rebound for Woods. Woods in transition. Gets it over to Archie inside. Count the basket for the Wolverines.
And again, that's a result of Niagara Falls. Every time off a miss, they're looking to push the pace. They're looking to get out and run, trying to keep their foot on the gas. And again, on the baseline drive there, able to draw the foul.
Free throw is good. As Aiden Smith checks in for the Chargers. One of the seniors for Cheektowaga. It's now 31-10. Inside. McClure, the lead to a turnover. Wolverines have possession. Wolverines, many of the players for Niagara Falls Blue wearing their 716 United jerseys. It's part of the program that Sankovic Starks, who is here today coaching Niagara Falls Blue. It's a great basketball program through the city of Niagara Falls. The team has had a lot of success. A lot of the familiar names, especially in Niagara County, have played for 716 United in recent years. Jace Wilkie from Grand Island is the first that comes to mind, as well as a host of Wolverines. But great job with Coach Starks. He also teaches his players life lessons as well. As we have under 2 minutes left to play in the first half, clock has stopped. There is a discussion between the officials. Pass on the baseline coming up. The clock has resumed. It will stop once again after every out of bounds play in the final minute of each half. Here's a quick swing. Woods now to the corner. 3-ball, just short. Chargers looking to move in transition. This is Seamout up the floor. Has the open space. The layup's good for the Cheektowaga Chargers.
Yep. I was shaken up earlier in the game. Good to see him back in there. Luckily, whatever ailed him earlier on was not too severe.
1:15 and ticking. Wolverines lead by 19 as Palmer trying to rip away and go for a steal in transition. We have a foul instead against Smith. Clock has stopped in the final minute of this half. Quick spin, but it's a steal. Chargers have possession. Another foul against the Wolverines. Now up to 8. There will be a bonus resulting in free throws when the team reaches 10. McClure, give and go. McClure on the drive. And a foul called against Bishop Palmer. A little shaken up, but appears to be okay.
Call it out.
Baseline pass coming up. The senior, Brandon Sumter, is the inbound to the corner with DJ McClure. Pressured once again by Bishop Palmer. McClure gets the ball back. He cuts inside, draws the contact, and he'll go to the line.
Bishop Palmer going for the steal there, and McClure was able to spin away from him and found a lane to the basket. Left the layup a little short, but appears to be the result of a foul there.
McClure knocks down the first attempt.
And this is a player, DJ McClure, that Coach Rhodes said they're expecting big contributions from him this year.
White jump in first.
You can just see so far in the first half of contest here, Tanner, just his size and his tenacity to drive to the basket. Definitely a big plus for the Chargers. Niagara Falls, meanwhile, cutting back inside the basket as we're approaching 20 seconds left. Another steal inside. Loose ball. And it's back to McClure in transition. On the drive, a block from Palmer. Ball stays in bounds. Quick turn on the drive. And a whistle. So the basket is going to count. Abdi Sadiq with the basket. Wasn't sure what the official was indicating after he blew the whistle, but it was a counted basket. Free throw no good. Last 5 seconds of the half. Tangle up at half court. On the run is Seamal.
He banked it in.
We have instead Chitawaga stepping out of bounds along the baseline before Seamal could get the shot off. Right now, that'll conclude the first half of play. Niagara Falls Team Blue with a 33-16 lead over Cheektowaga. We'll be right back after this short break on Western New York Athletics.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Seek your next adventure. Make your next memory. Explore your next connection. What will you do next?
Back here from Niagara Falls High School, start of the second half here between Niagara Falls and Cheektowaga. And back to carry you along with our play-by-play, here's Joe Kraus.
Thank you, Tanner, as we get underway. Niagara Falls with a 33-16 lead. Reminder, as we've told you all day here, as you see on your screen, the top right corner, that's our QR code. Be sure to visit the Western New York Athletic Store, open through Wednesday, July 30th at 11:59 p.m. We have all the shirts, hoodies, merchandise that you can get to support Western New York Athletics. The funds go right back so that we can help continue providing these great broadcasts. So be sure to visit the team store. Here's Chenzo Esposito getting pressured. It's a steal for Naftali Seamout. Up the floor, floater on the way. It is short. The putback, though, good for Abdi Sadiq.
A quick 4-0 run out of half there as Cheektowaga hitting Niagara Falls with a bit of their own medicine. They're able to force the turnover. You get the trap in the corner, and then they're able to run in transition. Don't get the initial look on the floater from Seamout, but they get the offensive rebound and the stick back. And if you're Coach Rhodes, you love to see this from your young team here. Coming out of the half, you're down 17, and you come out with energy and slowly chipping away into this lead here.
McClure in the corner. He turns. It's a quick swing. Now on the drive, Seamout puts up the basket and in, making now a 6-0 run for the Chargers. And then causing a turnover. Pass a little too high for Jazeer Gibson.
And in Summer League, this is a nice test for this young team. Obviously, as I mentioned, you're down 17 at half. How are you going to respond coming out? And whatever Coach Rhodes said in the brief halftime must have lit a fire underneath these youngsters here as they've come out, forced a couple turnovers, and now in the half court seeing what they can do offensively.
Sadiq crossing left, puts up the shot. It's short. McClure the offensive board. He'll go up against the mismatch. Count the basket for DJ McClure. The big plate advantage against Jazeer Gibson, and now an 8-0 run for the Chargers.
And DJ McClure, talked about him earlier, that time using that size, hits a tough shot on the baseline there and has a chance to complete the 3-point play and make it a 9-0 run here for Cheektowaga. Is now just like that, they've gotten it back down to single digits.
Free throw is too strong. This will be another attempt from McClure. There was a free throw violation against the Wolverines. Won't go. A fight for the rebound. Last touched by Sadiq. So here come the Wolverines. Chenzo Esposito at the point. Quick swing over. Montgomery turns out. Back to the corner. Now Montgomery again. Shot is short, but a whistle is called.
Just a nice drive from the wing there, and then able to hop step his way into the lane and draw the foul.
Nice mix on the roster for Niagara Falls Blue today. 3 freshmen, a pair of seniors, a couple of sophomores. Approaching the halfway mark. As on the drive, making space is Aiden Smith. The shot is short, though. Asa Alec now with possession for the Wolverines. Here's Esposito. Now Palmer. On the drive. Through the contact. Jump ball is called. Possession staying with the Wolverines. And now one of just two freshmen on the roster today for Cheektowaga. It is Ernest Mannix getting some action. Kicked out. Esposito in and out. Offensive board. It's good to go. Big play for Sean Montgomery, and the Wolverines lead back to double digits.
Off the miss there on the three-pointer. Nobody boxing out. Allowed Montgomery to just sneak in through the back door, and he's waiting on the spot there for the putback.
Here is Seamout on the run. It is short. Pressure in the backcourt. Good handles. The extra pass to Esposito. It's good. Big basket for Chenzo, and it's now a 37-24 lead.
And how about Montgomery there on the find? Was able to split three defenders there around midcourt and then kind of no-looked it right off to his left side. And now here's a turnover forced by Niagara Falls and trying to go upstairs, but gets the bucket no less.
Big play for the Wolverines. 39-24 is our score. Here's Seamout. And now a timeout from Cheektowaga. We have 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second half. And once again, a big thank you to our sponsors. Today's live stream brought to you by Empire Electric. For all your electrical services and upgrades, call Empire Electric 716-634-0330 or visit empireelectric.com. And Wingnuts of Buffalo, located at 4600 Genesee Street in Cheektowaga, located inside the Buffalo Airport Hotel, just 2 minutes away from the Buffalo Niagara Airport. Big deal on Wednesdays. It's their Wing Wednesday. You can enjoy their favorite buffalo wing for just $1 each. Again, they're located at 4600 Genesee Street in Cheektowaga. Visit their website, wingnutsbuffalo.com. And also big thank you to Logistics Plus of Buffalo, Damon University, and Paul Wolf Insurance Agency for helping make this broadcast possible. So Cheektowaga calling a timeout. 15-point game. Here is McClure. Chargers working on the wing. McClure off the cut. Kicks out to Nash. Nash, extra pass to Seamout. Now over to Graham. Back inside. McClure through the contact. The basket's good for DJ.
Graham there on the near wing just feeds it down low in the post to McClure and let him use that size to his advantage. He spins inside away from the baseline into the paint and was able to get that shot off with the right hand and able to drop it in here. As Cheektowaga had a 9-0 run going at one point, but then Niagara Falls kind of slammed the door shut. So now trying to get some of that momentum back here, recapture that is Cheektowaga.
Wolverines on the drive. Gibson. Now Montgomery. Montgomery on the drive. Count the basket for the Wolverines.
Off the wing screen there, Montgomery able to drive inside, get toward the middle of the floor, able to get right down the paint, and then a little acrobatics there on the finish. That was nicely done all around from Montgomery.
Free throw won't go. Palmer, the rip inside, and he is fouled from behind. Contact on the arm from Nico Nash. So more free throws are coming.
And again, that's been a struggle here for Cheektowaga. You got to box out. They've allowed a couple of those second chance opportunities there off of offensive rebounds. And Bishop Palmer, I just have to say, what a tenacious player with his on-ball defense and then just fighting for that offensive rebound right there. I've been impressed with what I've seen from him. He just has a relentless motor on him.
Lead is back up to 16. Running the point now is Seamount. Seamount on the drive. Basket is good.
Just driving right down Main Street. The help defense was collapsing down inside, but that didn't stop Seamount. Had a head of steam going to the rack there and is able to go up strong with the right hand and finish.
Pressure in the backcourt from the Chargers. On the drive. Foul called, just over 6 minutes left to play.
Now the other freshman comes in for Cheektowaga, Micus Washington.
And a jump ball is called.
That was good defense there by Cheektowaga. He had the cut to the rim off the inbound play, but good job immediately collapsing down there and tying him up, forcing the jump ball.
On the drive, the shot is short for Seamount. The rebound for the Wolverines. On the drive, here's Gibson going up. It is short. Ball tracked down by the Chargers. Sprinting on the sideline is Seamount. On the run, he cuts in. The shot is short. Good pressure from the Wolverines. In transition, the extra pass, the basket is good to go.
Nice 2-on-1 there. Put Jordan Graham in a pickle and able to just bounce pass it right past him there to get the easy deuce. The execution done well there on the fast break for Niagara Falls.
On the drive, Sumter, a lot of contact, and it's going to be an offensive foul.
Sumter was somehow able to split his way through two defenders there, then ultimately committed the offensive foul there at the rim.
Looking to spin away. Alec puts up the shot. It is short. And here come the Chargers with 4 minutes left to play in regulation. Reminder, shortly after the conclusion of this contest, our championship game, St. Joe's against Canisius. And across the hall for the consolation championship, it'll be Lewis and Porter against Cicero North Syracuse. We're winding down here in the 7th place game. On the drive. And the basket is good.
Back-to-back fast break buckets for Niagara Falls. They have made a killing in the fast break game all day long, and that's continuing here in the late stages of this second half. 2 back-to-back successful fast breaks.
On the drive, it's Sumter, the extra pass on the baseline. The basket is good. Big basket for Seamount. Now a jumper inside. It is in and out. And Jordan Graham now has possession. Graham, too much inside. Here come the Wolverines once again. A 3-on-1, putting up the shot. Yeah, the basket's good, and the Wolverines have hit the 50-point mark.
And again, just another fast break bucket for Niagara Falls. Certainly coming out of this game for Coach Rhodes, that's going to be a point of emphasis is the transition defense. That's something they're going to have to clean up for the regular season.
Just over 2 minutes to play. Sumter is the guard. A 3-point shot rattles in, and good to go. Timeout Cheektowaga with 1:58 remaining, and as we said, the new season is almost here. Just a quick substitution, but I guess, Tanner, we haven't talked about it yet, but just the champions from this past year, Jamestown in AAA, Lockport in AA1, Health Sciences in AA2, Will South and Lackawanna were the Class A champs, Akron and Wilson in Class B, Westfield in C, and Panama in D. Was there anything that you saw during Buffalo State week, Tanner, that stood out to you?
Oh boy, you're asking a lot of me to recall something that long ago. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but let alone what happened at Buff State. But I remember a lot of girls' games at Buff State. I was more on the girls' side.
Free throws are coming now for DJ McClure. First shot is short.
Match up. Yo, who got? There's two over here. All right. Aiden, Jack, Aiden. Good, now skip over there. Now skip over there. Good.
More contact on the floor. So as we mentioned, the Consolation Championship will take place across the hall. Going on right now is the third place game. Niagara Falls Gold against Nichols. A reminder coming up in just a little bit. It's for right now a scheduled 3 p.m. start as the clock is ticking down with under 30 seconds left. We'll be back in a few minutes after the conclusion for the championship game, St. Joe's against Canisius. The rivalry series, I know, Tanner, you were there for the close one at Canisius St. Joe's a few months ago. Is there anything about that rivalry that you have enjoyed the most?
Oh, it's always. I've never been in an atmosphere like that with a high school game. I mean, you could, if you didn't know any better, you could think that's a, D3 or D2 college game. Obviously, the history between those two teams, and not just with basketball. I mean, you look at football, they have a tremendous rivalry as well. So those are always fun games to call. And they're usually always close games, too. They played a close one in Canisius, and then it was close again in the Monsignor Martin championship game. So, those are always fun games. Given the history and the camaraderie surrounding the rivalry, always look forward to those. And just the atmosphere. Like, I remember the Monsignor Martin championship game. Along Media Row, they had, a whole bunch of cameras and all that. Like, I've never seen that much media for a high school game.
So we'll be back in a few minutes. Final score from this one, Niagara Falls Blue with a double-digit win against Cheektowaga. We'll be back in a few minutes for the championship game at St. Joe's against Canisius. Once again, big thanks to our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. We'll be right back for our last game on Western New York Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Education has power. Binghamton University students discover it, apply it, unleash it. Unleash your education today.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
And we welcome you back to the Niagara Falls basketball team camp. You're watching Western New York Athletics. A big thank you once again to our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus of Buffalo, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, our camera operator Mario Hall is with us, as well as We get ready for the championship game, a rematch of this past winter's Monsignor Martin final. The Canisius Crusaders and the St. Joe's Marauders. Tanner, we talked about it early on. You saw the back and forth down to the wire. Canisius taking down St. Joe's 51-49 on January 18th, and then later on, a 55-48 win for St. Joe's on Valentine's Day. And then, of course, the championship final, the Manhattan Cup, a 51-49 win for Canisius against St. Joe's at Canisius University. So we've seen these teams play a lot so far today. Are there any players that you're looking to keep an eye on that could make an impact in this championship game, which is just to conclude another big summer camp?
It always comes back to Canisius Joe's, doesn't it? Somehow these teams always find a way to square off against one another. But as far as players I'm keeping my eye on for Canisius, we'll go with Andre Foster. I liked what I saw from him in that first game. He's a skilled offensive big man. He's not afraid to put the ball on the floor and be a ball handler, and can shoot from all three levels. So I'm intrigued to see what he brings. And this is a player that projects to have an increased role coming up this next season. Obviously, with the departure of Patrick Enright, he's probably going to step into the starting five position. So excited to see what he can do. And then for some of the younger guards for St. Joe's, like Gary Alexander or Landon Patterson, for example, because there's a big void left in this St. Joe's backcourt, obviously, with the departures of Makai Gidney, Jameer Gooseby. So, and you mentioned, Joe, they have a long lineage of stellar guard play here at St. Joe's. So excited to see what those guys can do here today.
St. Joe's wins the opening possession. The three ball is dead on to start off for the Marauders. A big one coming from Liam Horn to get the shooting started. Andre Foster now to Jack Cullinan. Now TJ Eskew up top for three. It's just in and out. St. Joe's to advance to the championship game defeated Niagara Falls Gold 41-31 earlier today. Nichols with a come from behind. Canisius with a come from behind win against Nichols earlier today, 38-35. As now free throws are on the way for St. Joe's. This is Lucas Clowen at the line. First free throw is good. St. Joe's and head coach Cooper Calzanetti coming off a 21-win campaign. St. Joe's with the early 5-0 lead. Here's Andre Foster. Kicks out to the corner. Jack Cullinan fires and rattles it in.
And again, there you go. Andre Foster playing a little point center out there. Puts the ball on the deck, is able to drive. The defense collapses, and he's able to find the open shooter in the corner. And Cullinan able to hit the three for him there.
And then Lucas Clowen answers inside for Joe's, and we have a whistle. Baseline pass from Christian Gill. Gill gets tangled up. A bounce pass inside, and Gary Alexander connects off the nice pass from J.J. Shanklin.
Just a little loose with the handle there was Christian Gill. Had his pocket picked, and then the nice pass kind of behind his back there to Gary Alexander in transition. And here's a triple on the other end for Canisius.
Jack Cullinan able to respond. 9-6, St. Joe's in front. Alexander kicks out. Back inside. Lucas Clowen. And off to Alexander. He goes along the baseline. Kick to the corner. Here's Liam Horan for three, and it's in. Liam Horan showing some size, but he gets the three ball in the corner, and the Marauders lead 12-6.
And it's set up by the baseline drive there by Alexander. Defense collapses. He's able to kick it out to the corner, and the big man knocks down the triple. Comes up with a steal here.
Here's Liam Horan in transition. So then loses control, tight defense from TJ Askew. Here's Christian Gill. Hand off, now a bounce pass to Foster. Askew on the wing, up top to Gill, kicked out. Askew for three, hits the front of the rim. Michael Strassetter now with possession. St. Joe's in transition to the open. Gary Alexander, he flushes down the three.
Alexander now made a couple plays running in transition. Last time around, he was able to dive to the rim and get two. This time he spots up, spaces the floor, and knocks down the wing triple.
Askew's three is off. Jack calling in the board against three Marauders. There is a foul on the floor as we are under 12 minutes left in the first half of play.
Boy, Jack Cullinan just seems to always be in the right place at the right time when it comes to rebounding. For a guard, he's a very good offensive rebounder. Had a couple of offensive rebound putbacks in the last game we watched him, and then gets the offensive rebound there. And despite having 2-3 defenders clawing at him, he's able to get the shot up and draw the foul.
Jack Cullinan knocks down the first, heading into his junior campaign. Second won't go either. Liam Horan with the board.
Jack Cullinan, he's also a wide receiver to the football team, so he brings some of that skill onto the basketball court, being able to high point some of those loose balls.
Jerome Shanklin inside. It is short. Good hustle inside from Chloe. Keeping the possession going. Now Horan from deep, too strong from downtown. Now here's Christian Gill quickly over the timeline. Schuster kicks to the left corner. Jack Cullinan with the big shot. And the Crusaders add some more points on the board.
Nice just tic-tac-toe passing. Gill found his man on the wing, kicked it to the corner Cullinan, and he's able to bury the triple.
St. Joe's now leads Canisius 15-10 with just over 10 minutes remaining. Baseline inbound coming up. Bounce pass. Then a handoff to Shanklin. Shanklin kicks up top to Clowen. Now Strassetter, one of the seniors in this group for Joe's, but his pass is stolen by Foster. Foster keeps the dribble. Now Schuster scans the floor. Jack Cullinan fires from deep, hits the front of the rim, loose ball. Jack has the rebound. He kicks out. And an open shot and a foul is coming up, finding J.J. Cullinan, and J.J. will head to the line here.
Again, Jack Cullinan, he's had the hot hand from three, takes a heat check there, shot that one from the parking lot, but immediately follows up and he gets the long rebound and is able to keep that play alive. And it's going to result in free throws for Canisius. But again, Jack Cullinan, you just can't say enough about the job that he does, doing the little things, you know, getting these offensive rebounds.
Second free throw attempt on the way. In and out. It's a board for Chloe. Now Shanklin over the timeline. Shanklin tosses left. Moves to his right. Shanklin swings over. Horan, the pass inside. Cullinan a little behind. It's stolen by Jack Cullinan. In transition to Foster. Kicks out on the right wing. Open for the three. Schuster, no. And then a foul inside. Going against St. Joe's with 8:20 and ticking left as Landon Patterson, one of the two transfers coming in for St. Joe's. Patterson, a year ago, was with St. Mary's of Lancaster. Now checking into the game. We mentioned his name already. Jerome Shanklin was with Cheektowaga a year ago. Here's Gill. Swings up top to Cullinan. On the wing. Back inside to Foster. Long bounce pass to Gill. Gill against Patterson. And count the basket for Christian Gill. Well, we mentioned, Dan, I believe you said the last time we saw Canisius earlier today, Christian Gill. He's not the tallest guy out there, but he is tenacious, absorbing the contact.
Absolutely. He's far from the tallest, but he is a very able and willing slasher. When the opportunity presents itself, he's not afraid to, burrow his way into the paint and get his nose dirty down there. And that's what he did right there. And he's able to finish through the contact. And Alexander, the traveler.
A travel has been called against Gary Alexander.
Travel.
St. Joe's bench our broadcast booth is right next to them, is not happy with the call. It looked cool from here, but it is a travel.
Yeah, that was a nifty move right there from Alexander. The ref seemed to think he took an extra step or two, and I said it earlier on in the day, but whenever there's a dispute between us and the refs, usually defer to them because they have the better vantage point than we do at the end of the day.
Foster off the pass from DeMario Badger. It's a big shot. Foster thought there was a foul, but nonetheless, the basket's good, and we're tied at 15.
And I mentioned earlier, when you have a big that can step out and hit those perimeter shots, it opens up so much from your offense from a spacing perspective. And then Foster being able to do the other things that he does on offense, being able to put the ball on deck, can drive, can pass, make plays for his teammates. I'm, like I said at the top of the broadcast, Joe, I'm really excited to see what he can bring to this team this next season in a more expanded role, as obviously last year he was coming off the bench, backing up Patrick Enright.
Now it's Gary Alexander at the line. He misses the first attempt. As we are under 6 minutes left to play in the first half. Missing both, but the putback is good for Liam Horan. St. Joe's takes the 17-15 lead. Badger, now the ball handler, finds Foster on the wing. Foster crosses right, one-on-one against Liam Horan. It's a corner three offline for Cole Frederick. It's a loose ball for St. Joe's. Shanklin against two Crusaders. The ball is loose right in front of the Canisius bench. We have whistles on the floor. Waiting to see what the call is. It's under 5 minutes to go. According to the sideline official, it is Canisius ball. Aaron Schuster at the point now. Badger now swings to Foster. Foster crossing to his left, going inside the paint, a tangle up inside. Jump ball has been indicated, although the baseline official, I believe, is saying there was contact on the baseline. And it's going to be Canisius possession.
And again, that created by Foster. Hit a couple of crossovers there at the top of the key and then was able to drive inside. He's got the ball back in his hands here, looking to post up. Fade away off
big
the glass.
Shot for Andre Foster. Another big play, and we are tied at 17. Foster is one of the players that Coach John Ricotta, the assistant coach, spoke highly of when we got a chance to talk with him earlier today. Schuster through the traffic. It's a steal for Alexander instead. To the open man. It is good to go. Marauders take the lead 19-17. Back to the left corner. Three ball in and out for Frederick. Middle of the lane. Short. Foster with possession. Just over 3 minutes to go. The ball goes back to the Marauders, and a nice move up and under for Gazelle Lanza. Now a timeout from Canisius. With just over 3 minutes left to play in the first half, we'll be right back with more action from Niagara Falls High School on Western New York Athletics.
you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
.303 left in the first half. We had that big play from Gary Alexander a moment ago that was waved off due to a travel, and the official just said, I want to watch that back on the film, and you certainly can as you visit Western New York Athletics. We're streaming today on X, Facebook, and YouTube. It'll be on demand after the end of our day here in Niagara Falls as well. Another tangle up, a foul on the floor, possession staying with Canisius. Mario Badger, a junior coming back for the Crusaders. Getting tangled up, and now a baseline play coming up. Gill to Foster. Foster in the corner. Swings up to Gill. Gill crosses left. Quick cut on the drive. Back out now Badger. And a wild pass out of bounds. Looks like Badger thought a teammate was still in that left corner, but no one was there as the ball was released.
Yeah, instead he found Coach Calzanetti. I thought he was getting ready to tee one up from deep.
Gary Alexander at the point.
Jumping.
2 minutes to play in the first half here in the Cataract City. Long history of basketball in Niagara Falls. The Wolverines celebrating 25 years, including their state title run 20 years ago. Now here's Gill inside on the run. Foster secures possession on the baseline. Crusaders will try again. Here's Jack Cullinan spinning away. Looking. Here's Badger up top for three. Well off the backboard. St. Joe's in transition. Landon Patterson in the corner, getting pressured by Badger. A tangle up and a quick substitution. Michael Straustetter returns for the Marauders. Here's the inbound, and then a off-ball foul going against Badger of Canisius.
Got him for a hold, grabbing the jersey.
Inbound to Clowen. Now Patterson running the point. 50 seconds left before the break. Straustetter on the drive. Kicks out. Stepping in on the run. The shot is short. Looks like by Dion Cheatham with the yellow shoes here today. With 40 seconds left. This is Gill. Gill crossing. Game clock under 30 seconds. Jack Cullinan on the wing. Cullinan on the drive. Recovers. No look pass to the corner. Here's Foster just in and out. Rebound. And then a skirmish on the baseline. Possession is staying here with 8.7 seconds left. And now a discussion, Tanner, between the officials. Did you see anything differently?
It's tough to tell from this vantage point who it was last off of, but if it is, oh, did they switch it?
They did.
Yeah. It was a good effort by Christian Gill there to try and throw it off at Joe's player, but didn't work out in his favor. Now here comes Patterson up the floor.
Patterson with the pass, firing on the wing. It is short for Cheatham, and that will conclude our first half of play. St. Joe's leading Canisius by a score of 21-17. We'll step aside for a halftime break and bring you the exciting finish of the team camp at Niagara Falls High School. This is Western New York Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
And welcome back. Start of the second half of our championship game of the Niagara Falls basketball team camp. St. Joe's leads Canisius 21-17. Joe Kraus, Tanner Saunders, Mario Hall, our camera operator, all day. And a big thanks to Heidi Gunther, who is here this morning as well to help us out. Once again, our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. It's a 4-point game, a rematch of this past year's Monsignor Martin Championship. As Alexander crossing right. Alexander steps in for the jumper, and it's short. Looks like it was altered by Jack Cullen. Now Christian Gill is running the point. Gill one-on-one against off center. A quick handoff. Shot on the way. The bank is open on a Saturday afternoon for Jack Cullen. A big play. And now the Crusaders' lead is cut. Deficit, I should say, is cut to 1. Then pressure inside. The cleanup is good to go for Lucas Clonin. 23-20 is our score. Christian Gill at the top. Shot is short this time. And now Shanklin in transition. Shanklin up and under, and Jerome Shanklin is off to the free throw line here for St. Joe's. Jerome Shanklin, as we said a year ago, was the leading scorer at Cheektowaga High School. It's had a pretty good day for the Marauders. A lot of excitement buzzing around St. Joe's basketball as well. The hockey team won a state championship this past March. The first year coach John Cristiano, and the wrestling squad always does well during the winter. A lot of excitement over at St. Joe's. It's now a 5-point lead as Gill crosses left. Gill swings over. Jack Cullen ready to fire. It is offline and out of bounds as Andre Foster got tangled up with Lucas Clonin underneath. No love lost between these two programs, to say the least. Here's Shanklin inside. More contact and more free throws to come.
You mentioned no love lost between these two teams, and This is an important game. Obviously, we're not seeing the Mackay Gidneys, the Jameer Goosebys, the Nick Purdys of the world. But when you look 2, 3 years down the line, you might see a lot of these players that are on the court right now, contending for the Manhattan Cup a couple years down the road. So, while this particular game doesn't feature a lot of the players that we've grown accustomed to over the years between these two teams, this is certainly the next iteration of this rivalry here.
43 combined Manhattan Cups. Canisius with 22, St. Joe's with 21, since the Manhattan Cup was first awarded back in 1948. St. Francis was the first winner, 35-32 against St. Joe's back in 1948, but St. Joe's, their very first, was in 1949, and then Canisius won their first Manhattan Cup in 1952. Here is Cameron Schuster. Swings over to Gill. To the right corner with Andre Foster. Cross court pass to TJ Askew. Now here's Christian Gill at the point. Gill fouled from behind by Gary Alexander.
Not a bad foul there by Alexander as Gill had him beat off the dribble. So as opposed to giving up the easy two, just try and get the steal from behind there, poke it away, and commits the foul. But you'd rather that as opposed to an easy two. Try and make him earn it again here.
Askew moves to his right, a bounce pass to Foster. Foster against two defenders, and a foul is called on the floor. Clock continuing to tick. 11 and a half minutes left to go.
Joe's bench wanted a travel there, called against Foster. Obviously not going to get it here as he's at the line shooting two.
Canisius looking, as we mentioned, only to defend its Manhattan Cup title. They lost all their starters to graduation except Jack Cullinan, and I imagine John Ricotta, who's here, the assistant coach, is pleased with how the Crusaders have done. We mentioned about Andre Foster, and as well as Christian Gill, only a junior. As we have now a 5-point game. Gary Alexander, hand off, Strawstetter. Liam Horan, pass the flex off Cullinan, tracked down by Gill. Gill sprinting over half court into the paint, taking Patterson with him, and we have a foul. And Christian Gill showing that he has the hops going for that loose ball.
Yeah, skied up to get the rebound and taking it coast to coast there. Again, showing off his prowess as a slasher despite being one of the smallest guys out there. Puts his head down, sees two defenders, says, doesn't matter, I'll go up strong with it, and he's able to draw the foul. He's going to be, just judged off what I've seen here today, I imagine he's going to be a big component to that team next year.
First free throw is good for Gill. Reminder once again, if you're watching at home on X, Facebook, or YouTube, in the upper right corner, we have our QR code for our team store, the Western New York Athletic store that is open through Wednesday, July 30th at 11:59 p.m. We have shirts, we have polos, we have hoodies. Great gift for the holiday season. All the proceeds help us continue to provide these broadcasts for you. We have a lot of action coming up in the fall season. Again, be sure to check out the QR code for the West York Athletic store. As an open three-pointer is good for Cameron Schuster. And we are tied up at 27. The Crusaders hit on a 5-0 run.
Yeah, and they got it down low to Andre Foster there. They send two to Foster, and then he's able to find the open man on the perimeter. Straightaway three from Schuster. Again, the playmaking on display there from Andre Foster. Very good passer as a big.
Now attacking on the baseline. Won't go for Patterson. Now here's Cullen. Able to kick out to Strawstetter. Now Patterson. Again, a little pump fake against Askew. Under 9 minutes left to play. Cluin swings Strawstetter, the extra pass. Over to Alexander, who steps, fires for three. Too strong. A rebound for Foster. Crusaders on the loose. Here's Gill. On the left wing, he stops, fires the corner three, and it's offline. St. Joe's up the floor. Kicked up, Another turnover. Now Askew on the drive, swatted from behind by Gary Alexander.
Boy, Gary Alexander, my goodness, showing off the defense there. Gets the chase down block from behind on Askew. That's just a great individual defensive play.
Hand off to Gill. Now Cullinan. Jack Cullinan on the drive. Tight pressure from Patterson. Gill up top. Hand off to Cullinan. Swings up top to Foster. Now Schuster on the left wing. Here's Askew. A little floater inside. It won't go. A rebound for Alexander. On the accelerator and a foul in transition against TJ Askew with 7.5 minutes to go.
You had the right idea with the shot there. Did TJ Askew playing drop coverage in the pick and roll, obviously, which encourages mid-range jumpers and floaters. Try to get the floater off there, went halfway down and out.
Shanklin at the point. On the drive, kicked out. A 3-second violation called against Joes. Lanza is confused inside the paint. This is Gill. Inside to Foster. Bounce pass to a cutting Jack Cullinan. The basket's good. Canisius takes the 29-27 lead with 6:25 to go.
After slipping the screen there, Foster had it kind of in the high post. And again, the great court vision, sees the cutter and is able to hit him there out of the short roll on the cut. Easy two for Canisius.
3-ball in the corner. Patterson offline. Now Gill in transition. Gill inside. Tight defense from Alexander. Here comes St. Joe's going right to left. A long bounce pass to Liam Horan, who swings to Alexander. Alexander, a handoff. Liam laying it fly. It's offline. And a board for Schuster. Canisius still holding on to the 2-point lead. A timeout called by Canisius with 5:40 left to play. We'll be right back with more action from Niagara Falls High School on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
.540 left to play. Jack Cullinan, the Crusaders' lone returning starter with the big basket to give the Crusaders a 2-point lead, 29-27. Now Schuster offline on the wing. Patterson on the drive, puts it up, and it rattles in. We're tied at 29. Christian Gill at the point. Gill, now Foster. Deflected. And then a foul against St. Joe's.
Much to the chagrin of their bench, I might add.
Baseline pass. Now Cullinan. Crosses up Patterson. Now a swing to Gill. Gill up top to Foster. Foster, double crosses. Now Jack Cullinan once again. We're down to 4.5 minutes left to play in the championship game of the Niagara Falls basketball team camp. The last Saturday of July 2025. Schuster up top for three, too strong. Offensive board for Foster. He gets tangled up. An extra shove. Good hustle from Lucas Cluin. St. Joe's calls the timeout. We're tied at 29. We'll be right back after this short break on Western New York Athletics.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
.415 to play, and the kids call him LC. Lucas Cluin fighting for the ball, diving on the floor against Andre Foster. St. Joe's able to call a timeout. We are tied at 29. And I have to say, Tanner, it is on the calendar July 26th, but this really feels like early March with this type of game.
Sure does, and it's always like this with Canisius Joes. It doesn't matter when they play; it's always got to be a close one.
Inside, won't go. Cluin with the board. Patterson kicks up top. It is good to go. Big three-pointer.
And that's all started by the ferocity there on the offensive glass from the Marauders, just fighting to keep that possession alive. Then they're able to swing it around the perimeter up to the top of the key and hit the triple, and they're on the high side.
Approaching 3.5 minutes to go. Cullinan kicks out to Foster. Now Schuster, right corner three. He can't respond. Cullinan inside against two defenders. It's good. Another basket from the veteran, Jack Cullinan, 32-31. St. Joe's on top of Canisius. Now Gary Alexander. One-on-one against Christian Gill. Inside. And a nice basket coming from the big fella, Cluin. 34-31, St. Joe's. Foster. Inside, Schuster along the baseline. He goes up and drawing the contact. A foul. As we're under 3 minutes to play.
And Foster kind of standing on the wing there, able to get it to him on the pass. Again, defenses have to respect when Andre Foster steps out because he can hit the long ball, so that allows more spacing for the offense. He's able to get it to Schuster, and he has plenty of room to drive baseline and is able to draw that foul.
You got clear. Landon,
Free throw is good for Schuster. Canisius now trails 34-33. 2 minutes left to play. Lands up. Up top, pass a little behind, but secured. Here is Cluin. Loose ball to Patterson. Patterson, a cross-court pass into the bench with 1:45 and ticking to go.
Those cross-court passes always tough there. Put a little bit too much mustard on that one. Looking for Gary Alexander in the corner.
We're approaching the final minute of play. The clock will stop on any out-of-bounds play or fouls or timeouts. Schuster swings to Foster. Calling in, turns to the basket. Back to the right corner. Christian Gill fires. It's too much. Patterson can't get the board. Now Schuster will try to reset the Crusaders. This is Gill on the wing. And a foul on the wing against the Marauders.
I'll see the ball. Shut out.
Last minute of play. Foster inside. Schuster up top the open three. A short offensive board for Cullinan. Spinning against two defenders. To Askew on the wing. Takes a bounce ball, still loose. It's tracked down by Alexander. To Lanzot in transition. It's good to go. The Marauders expand their lead. Timeout, St. Joe's with less than a minute to play here in Niagara Falls.
Well, that was a great play. I think it was Gary Alexander down there who was able to pick up that ball and then makes the heads-up play, keeping his eyes down the court. He finds his man there, Lanzot, able to leak out ahead of the pack, and he gets the easy deuce. Christian Gill tried to chase him down there, just hustling like he's done all game. Been very impressed with him, but obviously Lanzot had him beat there and was able to get to the cup and lay it in for two. And now a one-possession game here with Joe's up top. And Canisius, a couple chances there. Jack Cullinan, again, we talked about earlier, the offensive rebounding that he's shown today as a guard. Was able to kick it out to Askew in the corner there. Couldn't hit a three. But it always comes down to this, Joe. These Canisius Joe's games, no matter what time of year it is, summer, winter, Monsignor Martin final, they're always close. You can always count on that. The three certainties in life, they say, are death, taxes, and one possession games. Within the final minute between Canisius and Joe's.
Jazeel Lanzot averaged just 1.4 points per game last season with the Marauders. Appeared in 24 games, but he gets the big bucket here. The Marauders looking to close this out. A lot of excitement for the Marauders. Canisius only trailing by 3, however. Cameron Schuster getting ready to inbound this pass as we have a double team on Christian Gill. And now an off-ball foul against Canisius. The possession goes back to St. Joe's.
Gill trying to create some space there on the inbound play. Got the push off against Lanzot. And the refs aren't gonna let that one go. So now it'll be Joe's ball there. Just a little bit too much physicality there from Gill.
On the wing. And a foul is called.
Be strong with it. Be strong with it. Be strong with it. Stop. Michael, take it out. Michael, take it out.
Michael Schrostetter returns to the game for St. Joe's. Another quick whistle.
Now, obviously, just going to play the foul game here until we get into the bonus here.
There's the inbound and then a foul. Liam Horan getting pressured by the Crusaders. There will be a bonus when a team reaches 10 fouls. So right now it's 6 fouls apiece. And then, of course, as we saw this morning, Tanner, if we go to overtime, it'll be a 2-minute overtime period. We're still tied after that. First basket wins, including free throws. 27.3 ticks left on the clock. Sideline inbound. It's in the backcourt with Horan. Pressured again. Another foul by Jack Cullinan. Down to 25.3 seconds left. The Crusaders leading the foul department by a score of 8-6, but in the ballgame trailing 36-33. Pressure again on the baseline. There was a foul before the ball went out of bounds. 23.9 seconds left. A timeout was called by St. Joe. So, Tanner, we'll keep this here. The climax of our big day in Niagara Falls. St. Joe's, Canisius. We know Canisius, they need to get 2 more fouls to get to the bonus. If you're St. Joe's, how do you try to counter that pressure and try to keep the ball moving?
Ideally, you got to just try and keep it away from the sidelines, keep it away from the baseline there. They got dangerously close there. That's what prompted the timeout in the first place. The coach is not going to take any risks there, trying to walk the tightrope on the baseline, so just call the timeout. But yeah, you want to keep it away from those high danger areas, obviously, and a lot of this comes down to fundamentals at this point. You know, being able to catch those passes, make sure you're looking the ball kind of like you're a wide receiver in football. Look it in to your chest there as you try and make the catch, and they get it in, and there's the foul.
So one more foul to give for Canisius. And there is the foul from Schuster. St. Joe's now in the bonus.
And it is 1+1 here.
And Jazeel Lanzot will stay at the line for one more.
And that's a big one right there to make it a 2-possession game.
Second, also good. St. Joe's now up 38-33. Calling quickly up the floor. Foster, now a right corner shot from Askew. Too much from downtown. Gill with the board. And then a St. Joe's foul on the floor before a shot was taken, says the official. So we have a baseline pass coming up with 11.7 seconds left. Clock is underway. Schuster's shot is short. Askew tries to make the save. It bounces off of the shoe of, I believe it was Patterson. We're down to 5.6 ticks remaining.
Be smart, don't touch it, just let it go. Hey, no foul, JJ. No foul.
Christian Gill, the sideline. Up top. It is good for Schuster for 3. Timeout Canisius with 1.7 left to go. So this just got even more intriguing.
Crazier things have happened. They got 2 seconds on the clock here. That's plenty of time to try and get an inbound steal and then throw up a heave, a prayer. So obviously, if you're Joe's here, get it in. You just want to pretty much one touch and just chuck that thing up to the rafters and try and get this one over with here.
So the clock has now been changed to 2 seconds remaining. St. Joe's has 1 timeout left. JJ Shanklin on the floor having a good start to his time at St. Joe's. Shanklin with a long pass, tracked down by Alexander. A foul from behind against Gill with 1 second left. And Tanner, again, still a second left, but if he makes at least one, it's going to be hard to imagine if Canisius can get back up the floor in time.
Yep, that's right. That was going to be the next thing I was going to say is if you're Canisius there, once they get it in, you got to intentionally foul quickly, put them on the line, and hope they at least go 1 for 2.
Timeout called by Canisius.
Clock didn't even get the chance to start there, so it's still showing as 1 second. They do take the timeout. And a big point of emphasis here in the Joe's huddle, don't foul. And for Canisius, looks like they're drawing up something in the huddle here. Gonna have to be quick, pretty much catch and fire. 1 second, it's not a whole lot of time to fully get in your upward shooting motion as you'd like as a shooter. So just gonna have to be a quick catch and fire here for the Crusaders. And then obviously defensively for Joe's don't want to foul. It's going to be tough here for Canisius as they're going to have to go the length of the court here. Try and advance it up into the half court as quick as they can, or
So let's see what happens. Gil, the pass to Foster, and that is going to wrap up our contest. St. Joe's has won the Niagara Falls Wolverines team camp. A final score over longtime rival Canisius, 38-36, concluding a exciting day of high school basketball in late July. And before we close, Tanner, your thoughts on the overall day and St. Joe's with a big win, and head coach Cooper Kelsonetti and crew getting ready to go for another year.
Sure thing. Hopefully, St. Joe's, they're probably hoping a sign of things to come here for this next regular season. But obviously, great day. Good to see a lot of the young talent, up and coming talent that Western New York has to offer. It's good for these teams to shake the rust off. We're in kind of the doldrums of the off season, so good to just get some extra reps in. And Joe, you've alluded to it a handful of times here, but it's the work you put in, during the off season that is what pays dividends once you get into the regular season, and then obviously the postseason where the money's really on the line. So, it's a good opportunity for everyone involved to sharpen their skills, shake some rust off. It's fun for us because we're always, looking forward to the next event and seeing, the great young talent of Western New York out here, and just good day all around. Got a lot of the games were close too. We only saw one, I guess, quote unquote blowout, really. All the games were pretty close and were anyone's game up until the end.
Absolutely. A big, exciting day. St. Joe's capping it off against Canisius, 38-36. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Empire Electric, Wingnuts, Logistics Plus, Damon University, and the Paul Wolf Insurance Agency. Also, a big thanks to Niagara Falls head coach Carlos Bradbury and his staff for helping us get set up, for allowing us to broadcast the games here today inside the Wolf Arena. Before you know it, we'll be back and watching the Wolverines pack the stands here in the Cataract City in a couple of months. But until then, for my partner, Tanner Saunders, and our camera operator, Mario Hall, this is Joe Kraus signing off from Western New York Athletics. Enjoy the rest of your summer, and we'll see you next time on Western New York Athletics.